remember us?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I see it. I just took a moment there.
It's quite different.
They get a haircut every 2 months, just to buzz pretty much everything off and all that. So.
I'm trying to think, did you have a
Yes,
last time? Okay.
they have like a little single blade razor, so I just kind of, like go past the stubble, you just kind of
Just do the best you can, huh?
you just gotta go with that.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How about you guys?
Good.
I did not expect to see this. That's for sure.
Surprised.
Yes.
Well, let me put some fears aside. We're not here for what you might think we might be here for.
Well, they didn't know what this. That's a computer room. I was like, I didn't know how a computer room.
Without computers.
Exactly.
So you remember, I talked to you, Tammy talked to you, Dave talked to you. We're all from Colorado. And so the last time we talked to you, it's a different situation, right? Our investigation was open and your case was open. That's completely different now. So your case is completely closed. Nothing about what we're going to talk about today has anything to do with an open investigation. So we're not here to get more charges on you or get any statements from you that are going to jam you up anymore, right? That's all done. So all of our cases are closed and the court case is closed. So there's nothing that we're going to talk about today that's going to get you in any type of more trouble at all. And so I wanted to make sure you knew that's not why we're here. Okay. But why we are here. So the three of us work from three different agencies, right? Quite a bit different. CBI, FBI, and Frederick PD. Different goals. And the things that happened with you kind of what brought us together. And as the months have passed on since everything happened, we just keep in touch with each other and we keep talking to each other. And we've all separately kind of said, did Chris seem unique to you? And me and Tammy have talked about this. Dave and I have talked about this. Did Chris's situation seem different to you? And we keep having that conversation. We can't quite put our finger on it, right? We think that your life leading up to all of the things that happened were very interesting to us. And for me personally, I don't know if you remember, but one of the last things you told me was, hey, Graham, I'm sorry that I started lying to you. And that stuck with me for the last couple months. It's been ringing in my head, right? I've never, ever worked a case like this where someone told me that ever. And so as I walked away, I thought, Chris is different. Chris is a little bit unique in that regard. So in talking with Tammy and talking with Dave, I said, what did you feel like when it all went down? When we were there, when we were talking to you guys, and we all kind of, in our own different way and in our own different wording, said it all happened a bit too quick for us, right? So when we saw you last, we were talking about your family, about your parents, about everyone. And then the next thing you know, for me and Tammy and for Dave, all of a sudden some patrol officers came in and arrested you. And that was far quicker than we had hoped it would happen. And you understand why that happened, and we understand why that happened. But it left us with 1,000 questions that we didn't get to ask. And then even more importantly, I think it probably left you with 1,000 things that you didn't get to talk about with us. I don't know if you feel that way or not, but and so that's why we're here today. We wanted to kind of talk to you a little bit more about everything. I think there's a lot of things that you didn't get to talk about, and so that's why we're here. And it sticks with me that to this day, there's not one person that's told me, I saw it coming. I knew Chris was like that. I knew it. Not one person. So it's interesting to me, right? Not one. So we want to talk a little bit about that. Some of the people that we work with, your family, Shannan's family, have said, if you get to talk to Chris, would you tell him some things for me? So we have that to talk about today, and it's good. I think you'll like it. I think it will give you some closure. And so really that's why we're here. Are you available to talk to us?
Definitely.
Okay. All right. So off the bat, if you have any questions, just tell us.
Okay.
If there's something that you don't want to talk about, that's okay. We might press you a little bit. Okay. We might say, well, do you mind if we just maybe then ask one question? Something makes you uncomfortable, just tell us. If we need to take any bathroom breaks, we can take bathroom breaks. for anything like that. And we'll take bathroom breaks and water breaks ourselves too. So then, is there anything about your schedule today that makes it that you can't talk to us?
No, there was like a pass for this and the AM and the PM.
It's they reserve the room the whole day, just in case.
That's just what they do.
Okay, I didn't know if that was like two separate things or something.
I think you have to go back for lunch to get it counted for or something. Accounted for.
Yeah, I think
11:30.
Lunch is like 11, but the count is like 12:15.
So in general, how is it here?
It's a lot different in Colorado.
Is it?
It's
Good or bad?
It's better, I think, because it's here. I'm actually around other people. In Colorado, it was just like I was segregated, and it was counting on the walls all night, screaming, and just
From other people?
Oh,
Really?
they're just telling me like how I should kill myself and like what they're going to do to me, and just like all that kind of stuff. So it was today. This is a lot different because people here they don't seem to. It's not like they don't care, but it's just kind of like they don't like judge you as soon as you walk in. Colorado was like they knew why I was there, and that was it. They were just like they had 1 second on hold with me. It would have been
Really?
they would.
Gee, man. Must be out then.
I don't like what kind of jail. I don't know what it was like in DOC there, but they had to lock down the jail for me to walk down the hallway.
Wow. It will. So they had to make sure you were completely separated from anyone else. Jeez.
Wow.
Like I didn't see anybody else there. Like I was next to somebody, but like I never saw them.
You just hear them.
How did they know who you were?
I don't know. I just they make phone calls in there too.
Oh, okay.
And they got the newspaper in there before I got in there. So
Yeah. How was have you been able to talk with family members?
oh, yeah, definitely. Like we get from 6 p.m. to 7:30. That's our my unit's timeout. So we get to use the phone at that point in time.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And do they charge you for it? Or?
Oh, it's just like it's like Securus or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how do you make money to pay for that?
They put money on the phone.
Oh.
So if I call, if I was to dial somebody's number, they have to have a phone account set up.
Oh, I
just
see.
that's restricted.
And then so who you call pays for it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You've been able to talk like family members and parents and all
Yeah,
that?
my mom and dad, my sister.
Okay. Good. Is that a good thing?
That's a good thing. Definitely.
Good, man.
Yeah, they don't hear from me. They're like, what's wrong? What's going on?
Oh, good. And how is it with them?
And so far, so good.
Yeah. Yeah. It was hard to hear your parents at sentencing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I didn't know what they were gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah. And so, yeah, I really appreciated what they said. I don't know about you.
I definitely was. I didn't expect them to be there. I know they were there on the 6th, November 6th, but I didn't expect them to fly back, and they wanted to fly back for that. So.
Yeah. And then what your mom said.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Okay. Good. Well, so we have 1,000 questions. I'm sure you do too. Do you care if we start, or do you have any questions for us?
Go ahead. I'll start.
All right. So one of the things that we're battling with is, and I won't make any assumptions today. So, are you aware that this was a national story?
After a little while, I didn't talk to my parents while I was in Colorado.
Okay.
Because my attorney team told me, all right, no phone calls, no letters, no nothing.
Yeah, okay.
So I made one phone call when I was in the segregation area there, but my dad thought it was somebody a news.
Oh.
Somebody trying to call him. Oh,
so he didn't answer?
Yeah, so he didn't answer, but other than that,
okay.
I didn't talk to anybody, but from what some of the deputies were saying that, or my attorney team coming in and saying, this is they've got people from Australia, England, and all kinds of people trying to figure out what's going on. So,
Did they send you any of the letters, like fan mail or anything? Well,
I got letters, but I couldn't keep them with me, so I could read them a mile out. But it's I got a bunch of letters that had no return address and stuff that was just not very good letters.
Yeah. So okay. They came from a weird perspective, didn't they? From what we had heard.
Definitely, there was one person, I guess, from Broomfield that was writing 4 times a week trying to come visit me, and then there was just a lot of people writing out bleed through markers saying you're a monster, or all kinds of crazy stuff.
All right. Well, I don't we're going to talk about some hard issues today, but I don't intend to take you to a dark place today.
Okay.
I hope that when we're done, you'll feel better. I hope it'll be therapeutic. We're going to talk about, obviously, what happened with your family. And so that's going to be hard to talk about. I appreciate anything you can tell me about it. If you need to take time out, if you need to get a tissue, that's fine, right? I think it'll be very good for you. It'll be good for us. And so one of the reasons I asked about that national attention is we were aware that you were getting a lot of letters, a lot of interest. And then us personally as law enforcement, we got so many people who claim to have known you, claim to have been with you, dated you, slept with you, and 99 times out of 100, they were just crazy people, right? And so maybe that's a good place to start. Had you heard about any of that?
John Watts, she told me about some dude from Wyoming.
Yeah.
Trent?
Yeah, that guy. That blew my mind. I was like, who is this guy?
And who told you about that?
Attorney John Walsh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind if we talk about him?
Yes.
Graham and I interviewed him.
You had to?
Yes.
A waste of our lives.
Yes.
So Trent, in summary, Trent came in and said, met you online on a dating app, had a few, casual but quick sexual encounters with you. And let me be very clear. Not only are we not here to jam you up today, we're also not here to judge you. And if there is anything like that, you can imagine we've heard way worse, way different, So if it's true, I hope that you can just casually say, yeah, I mean, this happened. It wasn't as bad as he said, but maybe this happened. So his story was met online, met you, and it was a time when you were experimenting with maybe with men. And so he said he met a couple times, met his friends, went to an apartment, had a couple of meetings in a parking lot, and then that was basically it. Any of that sound familiar? Okay.
No, I've never met the guy.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, he talked about being in your truck with your girls, like the whole 9 yards. So.
But I've never even been to Wyoming, let alone driven up there to see somebody.
Yeah. And so this is maybe a weird question for you. And do you have any gay experience?
No.
Okay. Any interest?
No.
Okay. Never had a time, experimented, wondered?
No.
Okay. Is it possible that he found you instead of you finding him?
From what John told me, he found me on like a WhatsApp.
Yeah.
I don't even have that app.
Okay.
He had my phone, so
Okay.
you could probably saw what app I had. I've never even heard of the app, but apparently, he told me, I met him through a rehab center or something.
Is that what he said?
No, that was another guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was totally. No idea.
So did you see a picture of him on the news or anything?
John showed me a picture of him.
Okay.
He was like, well, this guy. John was kind of, making fun. Like, you know, sure. I'm like, no.
So you saw it and you were like, no way.
Yeah,
big lips. Did you see his giant lips?
Yeah, just I have no clue what this guy is.
And he's somewhat memorable. I mean,
Yeah.
If you met him or talked to him or got to know him, you might remember. He was kind of meek.
Yeah.
But also a little bit flamboyant.
Mm-hmm.
He did fake lips, or not fake lips, but injections.
Uh-huh.
He was very into skincare and makeup. And he mentioned that one of the times, just as a gift, you got him some skincare products.
Mm-hmm.
Does any of that sound familiar?
No.
Okay. You can imagine all the stuff we're dealing with. Okay, so that's one.
Mm-hmm.
Trent Bowles. There was another gal that you were dealing with.
Amanda McMahon. Have you ever heard that name? No.
John showed me a picture of her.
Okay.
Oh, you did see a picture of her too?
Yeah, he had that's the same.
Does that look familiar?
That's the same picture he showed me on MSO. I was looking, I was like, who's that? He's like, oh, you don't know her either?
Yeah.
It's like, no.
Yeah.
He said it was like a Chick-fil-A parking lot rendezvous or something.
Right.
And that's just not true.
That's what she's claiming.
Okay.
Only went to one Chick-fil-A in Colorado. That was the one in Broomfield, Highway 7.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay. Do you feel comfortable enough today to tell us if there were other people?
Yeah, it was just a goal.
Okay. That was it. Okay. As these people have come out, for the most part, we've not given their stories much credit. They're just crazy people who want attention. And so, but when that does happen, it does make us think, there may have been others. And so Nicole was the only one.
That was the only one.
Was there ever like a one night stand with someone else just out of the blue and one and done?
No.
Okay. All right. Do you mind if we talk a little bit more about Nicole?
Right.
So walk me through it, because that was one of the things we never really got to ask you about.
Right, we didn't
We just
talk
kind of skipped on and talked about where the girls were. But so what happened there?
So it was probably around June 1st or something. That's when I first met her. And it was just like a work conversation. She messed with the gas meters that, we were out in the field. And I was messing up. And then I took it to her like, hey, what's going on with this? Like, how do I fix it? And, after that, we just ran into each other a few times in the office. And I think it was probably the fourth time meeting. She had asked me, because like when we were talking back and forth, I would say, like we moved here from Colorado or from North Carolina and stuff like that. And then she was like, what's all this weed stuff you come? Like, I took out my phone and showed her a picture. Like, my girl's on the phone. It's like, oh, okay. She's like, so I'm like, yeah, like, I didn't wear a ring to work because like I sent it off so I get refitted when I lost all that weight. So, but
You lost so much weight that your fingers lost weight?
it was literally like I was out in the snow one time. I went like that, and my ring went off on the rocks. So I was panicking, trying to find out like I can't wear this anymore. But so after that, she left me alone for a couple of days, and she texted me outside the field. And then after that, we just kept texting back and forth, and it was just it's like she used to work in a whole rig out in North Dakota, I think. And we just kind of trading the stories back and forth about what we did and everything. And then one day it just kind of went to a different level. And then I never thought it would ever go to that level. But she was talking about meeting up after we got back from San Diego. Yeah, we were in San Diego from the 22nd to the 26th of June. And we met up after we got back. And
How did you guys meet up?
at a park in Thornton. We got Thornton somewhere. And after that, we just kept seeing each other pretty much the whole month of July.
So let me ask you this. You tell me if I'm wrong. You strike me as somewhat of a shy person. So when you guys were meeting, was it just kind of very initiatory, like flirting at first? Okay. From both sides?
Yeah. It was just kind of like feeling each other out. It was kind of like,
Yeah. And so texts, any calls?
more near the end of June.
Okay. And what makes you remember that it's June that it happened?
Because we called each other before I left to go to San Diego.
Oh, okay. All right. At first, did you think something might happen?
I just thought it was just flirting. I didn't think it was actually like something that would actually happen.
Yeah. Well, it's totally natural, right? I mean, everyone kind of flirts at work, right? Because the relationship between men and women is different. So if you're working with a girl at work, it's just kind of natural to flirt.
I wish I was just out in the field more instead of the office. Those, but
Yeah. I kind of see it in your eyes. That's kind of where the path started, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if I was like, because when I went from like a rover to a field coordinator, like I would spend more time in the morning time in the office trying to get everything like situated where we're going to go, everything like that. You know, if I was a rover, I'd be more out in the field instead of like going to the office like for more than an hour.
Right.
It just gave me more time to run into her, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. What did she know about you? Did she know you were married at first?
She did once I showed her the pictures on my phone.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the home screen picture.
So was your wife in that picture, or was it just your girls?
It was just my girls right there, but my wife was the lock screen.
Oh.
So she knew I was married with my kids.
Okay.
Are you aware that she said she didn't know you were married? What did you think about that?
We were just like, just trying to save face, trying to, you know, something my sister said, it was like, just trying to keep things together.
Yeah.
Just trying to, she phrased it a different way, but just kind of like, just like ground control, just trying to control everything that's going on around her, because I'm sure she got bombarded by all kinds of different sides from the media and everything. So,
Have you talked to her at all? No.
I'm hoping she hasn't, like, you know, written me in a different alias or something. I'm not talking to her that way.
Oh.
And are you not allowed to talk to her?
I would hope not.
Okay. No one told you that then?
No, I mean, I would expect, like, I thought, like, in Colorado it said, like, on a DOC list, if you're on, like, a victim list, you can't call anybody.
Oh, right.
But here, I'm not sure if that's the same, but I just talked to my sister, parents, some friends of my parents.
Do you wish you could talk to her?
Maybe once, just to
get some closure?
Just to say, like, hey, just once.
Yeah.
Just to say, hey, like, I'm sorry this all happened. I'm sorry. I'm not sure, like, what happened, like, afterwards, like, what you went through, like, if you had, like, counseling, if you're, like, different state, if you had to leave everything behind. I just wanted to let you know I'm sorry, and that's not something I ever saw in my life happening or happening to somebody else either.
Would you be all right if we told her that?
That's fine.
Do you want us to? Do you want us not to?
And if she would want to even talk to you guys, then I'm not sure if cell contact. I'm sure she'd answer your phone call more than an attorney phone call that she didn't want to call. Answer. Yeah.
Oh, so your attorney tried to call her and she wouldn't answer?
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember her phone number, but after that they figured out, I guess, where she lived. They left a call business card there. And she just, pretty much after like the 5th attempt, she said stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's getting bombarded like everyone else, so.
Hopefully it's calmed down since, but I'm sure, like, I just hope she can, I'm not, there's like normalcy for her, not since she's on the outside, but I'm hoping it can get that way at some point. I'm not sure if she had to leave Colorado or not, but I'm sure, like, that would have been hard if she did.
Mm-hmm.
I know Anadarko was her dream job, so that's one thing I always, like, asked my attorneys is, like, did she have to leave? Like, did she have to do anything at work? Because that was one thing, since she always told me that was her dream job, so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Yeah. Where does she mean?
Like, an oil company in Anadarko is, like, I mean, unless you're working for, like, BP or, like, ConocoPhillips or something.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Anadarko's, like,
It's like big leagues.
Yeah.
Can I ask kind of a tough question?
Mm-hmm.
Did you love her?
I felt like it was true.
Yeah. I think so too. I think it was the same from her. Yeah. Okay. Tell us about the time you spent with her.
Well, I mean, it felt like it was, I think, like, when you said, like, more like a shy guy, it's kind of like I've never, like, been pursued by anybody before. It's kind of like I was the one, trying to pursue. Because, like, when me and Shannan met, it was like, she was always, like, pushing me away, kind of like,
She was sick for a while, right?
Oh, yeah, she had just got diagnosed with lupus, and she was on, like, a bunch of different medications and stuff. And it was, like, I guess I wasn't her type. And
you weren't her type?
I wasn't her type. Because, like, she told me, like, when she first, because we had met.
She told you that?
Yeah.
You're not.
I remember you telling me that.
It was like, when we first met, like, it was at a movie theater. My cousin's ex-wife set us up.
You were dressed like shit, weren't you?
I
think that's what you told me.
Yeah, I didn't know, like, that.
They weren't having any games.
So she was fancy and he was in like shorts and tennis shoes or something, right?
Shoes and, like, I should have known the doorman, was in a suit. And I was just like, this isn't good. And, like,
Was it a theater?
It was a fancy theater, right?
It was in Charlotte. It was called the Epicenter, and apparently they give you, like, champagne and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, this is a fancy date night theater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he came like he was going to a
Like I was,
Cinemax,
like I was going to a pond.
like AMC. White theater.
No, it was like you just watched a normal movie, but like you can, like, drink champagne and like have, like, a Jack and Coke inside the theater and just sit there and just whatever. But like it's when she first saw me, she was like, I should probably just turn and talk to the bartender a little more. Like, no, I'm not you're here to meet. But yeah, like I was like persistent trying to pursue something. I liked her, and even on our first date, like I couldn't even eat anything. Really, I was just like
Just nervous.
yeah,
Really?
yeah. She was just like chowing down, and she was like, you eat like a bird. I'm like, oh, that's funny. And she talked to my parents like months later. She's like, this guy just never ate. He's like, this guy eats like a trash disposal. This trash disposal. I was like, no, that was not around me. I was like, well, I was nervous. I was just like, I was always like shaking and everything. But yeah, I was always pursuing her, and then just like finally, I grew onto her. Like, you know, I would always like with her medications and stuff. I would always like she had like 8 bottles of medications, so I would always get like her day and nights and kind of like put them all in that little, you know, flip open and go box, yeah, all that kind of stuff. And you know, I would always, you know, be around her. I even went to her colonoscopy. And she said after that she knew that was like kind of a keeper. It's like, you know, who goes to a colonoscopy after 3 months with somebody? Right.
That's a little soon.
Well, she asked if she needed a ride. I'm like, yeah. She's like, you want to go to colonoscopy with me? I'm like, sure, why not? Yeah. Like, I even sat with her while she drank that nasty stuff all day. Yeah.
Oh. Where she's in the bathroom all day.
That's a good test.
that clear stuff that doesn't really taste clear. Yeah, but yeah, it was. I mean, it felt like it was a great relationship. Everything was great.
Now you're talking about with Kessinger?
No, with Shannan, and like the first year, you know, like, you know, my parents never. I don't know. My mom was always kind of hesitant.
Why?
I was the baby, I guess. I never, you know, because I never had a girlfriend in high school, so it's kind of like she never like really saw me like.
Oh, interesting. So she's kind of watching her baby walk out a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. When I turned 18, I graduated. I never moved back.
Okay.
At home. So my sister moved back and forth all the time. So
how old were you when you met Shannan?
I was 25. It was 2010. So
okay.
So no serious girlfriends before that?
Nothing more than like 6 months or so. Yeah, there was some girls here and there, but just nothing more than like, you know. The last girlfriend I had before Shannan, she was just actually got divorced. I should never did that, but it was more of like I was kind of like helping her get through her divorce. It seemed like she went on to somebody else. I'm like, oh, nice to know.
You're the rebound guy?
The rebound guy. Yeah.
Pretty much, but you know, that's how it goes.
Would you say that in your relationships with women, it seems to me, and you tell me if I'm wrong, it seems to me like you're attracted to maybe a more dominant personality?
It seemed like it because I've been more of the just reserved. I mean, I just kind of like go with the flow type. Yeah. And like Shannon usually made all the decisions. It seemed like so.
I get that. I'm the same. Yeah. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I don't think that's right with you, but.
So then, and I know it's hard to keep bouncing back and forth, but and one of the reasons we're here is we just keep telling ourselves, Grace just does not fit the mold. Grace does not.
No.
Like it just blows us away what happened, right? And so we will do a little bit of bouncing back and forth, and that's really just to get to know you a little bit better. Because we never really got that chance, did we? We were talking
twice.
Yeah.
Met you once.
Yeah.
Probably like 3 or 4 times, probably.
So then do you call her Nikki or Nicole?
I would call her Nikki.
Okay.
There's so many Nikkis and Nicoles in this.
Right. There is.
I got confused.
So we'll call her Nikki. So then with Nikki, was it different?
It just seemed like I was more in control, it seemed like. And that never happened. Like, she'd actually, like, asked me, like my opinion on a lot of things, and just, like, what I wanted to do, and just kind of, like, okay.
It was new, wasn't it?
Very new.
Oh, that's fascinating to me. And so did it feel more like an equal partnership, or?
It seemed like it.
Yeah. Okay. So then when it was date night, would you guys talk about it? Would you ask to go somewhere, or would she say, I want to go somewhere? Was it a 2-thing?
The first time we went out, it was to a movie over at the Orchard, off the 144th over there. And I asked her, like, hey, you want to go see this movie? And, like, she's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool. And we just got there. It was sold out. And, normally you probably just have, just wait 2 hours, just go home. But now she just wanted to walk around and just talk. I'm like, okay.
Oh, wow.
So that was different. And, I think she wanted to go to the car museum, Shelby Museum in Boulder. I'd never been there. And
that's right up your alley.
So mechanic. I was just like, that was awesome just to walk around cars for like an hour or so. And then, drag race in Vandermeer.
Okay.
I haven't haven't been to a drag race since 2008. And that was in Charlotte.
Okay.
Like that was the only drag strip over there. This like the NHRA, the Top Fuel, and fun car stuff. Like me and my dad used to grow up. Go there like all the time. And then like went to camping in Sand Dunes National Park, and I'd never been camping. I always wanted to do it. Thought it was she'd done it like countless times.
Oh, really? Okay. She's outdoorsy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess she every time like she needed to clear her head, she'd just go by herself. Just go somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah.
So she's a completely new type of person and relationship.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What were you thinking this whole time? Like, in the back of your head?
In the back of my head, I was just telling myself, what are you doing? Like, every time, I open up my phone, I can see pictures, like, of my wife and my kids, and I'm just like, what am I doing? And then, like, every time I was with her, it seemed like I didn't think. It seemed like it was like a blinder that was in my face.
Oh.
And it just, like, every time I look back on it, like, like, I have pictures of my wife and kids and myself. And, like, every night, or every morning, every night, I just, talk to them, say, like, I have, like, this book I used to read for CC. And I remember that book. So I read that to them, like, every night. And, like, there's some scripture and stuff that I read to them. So I just try to think back. Like, I wish this never happened. It's like I wish that blinder wasn't on my head, right in my eyes. That would have seen what was going on. Like, I was having, everybody said, oh, you're just out there having fun while your kids, or kids and wife are on vacation. I'm just like, no, it wasn't like that, but it seemed like that's what it looked like. When you're going, you're going to camping, you're going to drag race, going all this other stuff that you have fun doing, but you're with somebody else. It's not your family. It just didn't seem right. I was with her, it just didn't seem like I could even see that anymore.
Yeah.
I was there at her house pretty much every night. So it was like I didn't have that time at home just to really think about anything. Because literally I didn't, I was only at home from when I got home from work. I worked out, I ate dinner, and then I went over to her house. I was never out. I never slept in my house the whole month of July.
Now, talk me through that, though. When you said you went home and then you were at her house, was that while Shannan was gone? Oh, okay. So you weren't even at your house?
No.
This all happened so quickly, didn't it?
It was insane quickly. She even told me, she was never, in a normal relationship, she would never have somebody over at her house, more than, once or twice a week, but she felt like she wanted me over there.
Yeah.
She said she felt comfortable over there.
Yeah.
So it's just, that's what was different. She wanted me over there. But I just wish that all that would just go away. I just wish I almost I know it's hard I know it's wrong to say I wish I'd never met somebody, but I wish I'd, maybe met her at work and then just kept it that way.
I think if we had a time machine, I don't think this would happen again. Because some people, when this happens, you're like, well, if it wasn't this time, it would have been next time, or it would have been the next time. It just wouldn't have happened with you, would it? And it happened so quickly that you tell me if I'm wrong. You're not the type of guy to take control sometimes when you need to.
Yeah,
it seems like that's just what happened.
Yeah, I didn't take control of the situation. It was the situation controlled me.
Right, it just happened. No, I get that, man. I'm somewhat passive myself, and it's there are situations where I'm like, well, why did I let that keep going?
Yeah, I don't know why. It was like a roller coaster ride that I just kept punching the ticket on and just never picked it up.
Yeah. Can we talk about the hardest subject? So when we were talking, the last time we talked, the last thing we talked about was where the girls were, but we never really got to talk about that night. So what happened?
So nothing really happened that night. It was in the morning.
Okay.
It was, me and Shannan, she got home at 2 o'clock. And, I felt her get into bed. And I just felt like I didn't feel it. I just made sure I looked at my phone at 2 o'clock to make sure she's okay, she's in there. And I kind of feel her kind of stirring around a little bit. And I just had a feeling that she knew like what was going on. I mean, obviously, I didn't use like an NRCO gift card, that I'd gotten. I'd used my actual credit card, and I kind of just felt like something. She knew what was going on, and she started rubbing her hand on me, and we ended up having sex. But I guess that was more like a test.
Oh,
I would have thought.
interesting. Okay. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
because when we talked, when I woke up later on in the morning, like, I pretty much, told her, like, I didn't think it was going to work anymore. And she was like, what happened? What was last night?
Mm-hmm.
So I figured that's what caused the test after I've gone through everything in my head.
That makes sense.
And she just told me, like, to get off of her. And she's like, I knew there was somebody else. I knew there was somebody else. I knew there was somebody else. I couldn't bring it up. I couldn't just say, yes, there is somebody else. But then she's like, never going to see the kids again. Never going to see them again. Get off me. Don't hurt me. And then,
Is that what you said?
so I was just like, when I climbed in bed, that was pretty much like on top, pretty much like straddling her kind of deal.
Okay.
And she thought I was going to, like, hurt her or her baby or something. So, because she knew that, like, something had happened. She thought I was just trying to, just check out or something. So, and that's when that happened.
I know it's hard, but do you mind if we talk just a tiny bit deeper about that? So she comes home, she touches you, you guys have sex. It seems like she's doing her test, which I understand. Sounds like you do too.
I'm sure, like, Nikki or not Nikki, Nicole Atkinson or Cassie probably told her,
That's what I was thinking, right? They talked about it during that whole weekend.
more than like that. That's my parents had told me there was like going through like text messages. It's like all like pretty much they all kind of just told her he's with somebody else type of deal.
Yeah. And she spent a lot of time with the gals. That's what they did probably all weekend is talk about it, give her advice. I think that's what we found, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So she comes home. You guys have sex. And then did you fall asleep between then and going to work?
Yes.
Okay. So then at some point, does she wake you up or is it you waking up for work?
Not a lot of voice.
Oh, okay. And you're going to work out.
Yeah.
But then that's when she started wanted to talk more. She was pretty mad.
Yeah, it was, I had already kind of knew that, using that credit card,
Was that intentional?
Yeah.
I had no other way to do it.
Oh,
I used, like, because I got these anarcho gift cards from, like, doing good stuff at work and stuff like that, and I'd use them all.
Oh. Was part of you just like, screw it, whatever, I don't care. I'm using this card.
Part of me just wants to say, Nikki, can you pay for this? But I don't know.
Yeah.
Even I think my attorney said she even noticed I used a different card, like a blue card.
Oh.
Maybe she thought, like I felt comfortable enough just using a normal bank account or something. But, I told her I was going to Iraq. I told you I was going to Iraq.
Yeah.
It was just like, it felt like, like looking back at everything, like just like reading the scripture more and more now, I can see like, God gave me opportunities to get out. Like even my friend Jeremy Lindstrom, he even invited me because like it was his daughter that came and watched the kids on that Saturday night. And he was like, hey, you said we're going to a Rocky game. You want to go to me with the Bronco game and watch the Arizona Cardinals? Like in my mind, it was like, go. Just say, hey, I can't find a babysitter. Bye.
To Nikki?
Yeah. And maybe that would have been like, like a light switch in my head goes off, light switch in her head goes off, maybe it just like goes different directions. That was kind of like my last like opportunity to kind of get out, it seems like. So, I wish I would have said, yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
And I think that would have just put me on a different trajectory.
So then, Shannan, Did she actually say you're never going to see the kids again?
She said it to me before.
Yeah. That's kind of hard to hear.
Yeah, because she'd said to me before she went to Arizona. Because, like, I wasn't really sleeping in the bedroom. I was sleeping on the couch or in the basement bed or something. And, like, she had slammed the door. You're never going to see the kids again. So, yeah.
Did she get fiery like that?
Only once in our entire relationship I've ever seen her that way.
Yeah. And that was a time before, or was that on the night that happened?
No, it was right back in North Carolina.
Oh.
It was just like one of those, it was just a fiery argument that I never raised my voice to her or anything. And like, I just got mad and I slammed the door and she was like, I'm like, should have slammed the door.
Was that when you were in North Carolina that last week?
No, it was like
previous to
this
that?
was like 2010, 2011.
Oh.
It was like early. In her old house.
Before kids?
Yes.
Were you dating or were you married at that point?
Dating.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just like, I don't remember what it was about. I think some girl maybe texted me like from my past or something, and like I was just like, ugh. And she was like, don't have that happen again. And I'm just like, I have friends,
Right.
They're females. Like, I don't even talk to this woman anymore.
Right.
And it was just like, no.
Was she fiery? Did she have that Italian blood that her mom has?
Good Lord, yes.
Was she always like that, or was she? Did she snap at things?
She would snap at me, but you could tell, like, something really irked her a little bit.
Yeah.
It would come out.
0 to 100 type thing, or what?
0 to 200.
Oh, interesting.
She gets acclimated about something. She's like, all right, it's gonna happen.
Well, that's why she was probably so successful at Thrive, right?
Oh yeah, like she had done a couple other like direct sales business, but this one was just like it was different.
Why?
This one, like, I think she had done like Origami Owl and like something called like It Works, and then like other couple other things like some bags and stuff like that with the supplement stuff. But just because it worked with her, it worked with me. She's like, okay, I can kind of like use this as like, all right, this is what it's doing for us.
Yeah.
And then like after a little while, like she could see how like people are above her, how it was helping them, and then it was just like trickle down effect. And it was like a good system about like commission wise and everything was just she could use all the business IQ she has from running those cell phone shops and from the Dirty South custom shops, all that. I mean, she business minded.
Yeah.
She knows how to do accounting book like the back of her hand. So it all just like fell into place with all that.
So then on that night, was it just a new type of fight?
It was
Never had, or what? What happened?
Yeah, it was a totally different type of fight. It was like, it was just felt like I don't know, it was more anger than anything else. Like there was emotion to it at first, and then it just felt like it was just anger. It was just like like there was no love there. It was kind of like what we were saying and what she was saying. It was just like it's almost like we knew like something was combating at each other. We didn't know like it wasn't ourselves.
Really? Anger from you or anger from her?
I think it was more anger from me and more like desperation from her because she wanted to fix it. Yeah. She knew. She knew if something wasn't right. Like, like when that whole thing with my parents happened with my parents called it Nutgate.
What happened?
Nutgate.
What's that?
The peanut.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, with her family?
Yeah.
Pistachio ice cream or whatever.
Yeah, somebody call it Nutgate.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I guess what people are calling it.
Okay.
But that was like another out. Like, maybe I could have just like stopped everything and just kind of concentrated on helping like whatever happened there. Because like Shannon had a story, my mom had a story. Like, whatever happened, I probably asked my 10-year-old nephew. Probably can tell me what actually happened.
Well, they both have their feelings for good reasons, and they both didn't see it the other person's way. And
yeah, and like maybe I didn't talk to my parents from then on until like August 6th. And like, my dad took that whole week off.
You didn't talk to your parents from then on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because like Shannan was like, do not talk to them, do not call them, do not do anything.
Is that what she said?
Yeah. And Cece's birthday was 17th, but I think the actual birthday party was like a couple days after.
In August?
July. Yeah. And like my mom or my dad was going to go, but then there was like a post on Facebook about, allergies and stuff like that Shannan had made, and my dad was like, no, I just can't do it anymore. Just like, because
He perceived that as her taking a shot type thing?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She always says she never, put those posts directed at anybody, but she had a method.
If you read them, you know who she's talking about.
She had the method to the madness, and you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
But I wish I could have just took more time just to fix that. Because I wanted my parents to be involved. Like since the whole wedding thing, and then up to that, it was like my mom, my sister were always like combating with Shannan combating with them.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was always cool. Like, he's just like me. He's just like go with the flow. Like I just want everybody to get along type deal.
Chicks,
I
man.
loved your dad.
Oh, he's the best.
Isn't he? I
So,
loved your dad.
I'm sorry, keep going.
That's cool. I just wish I could have just when we were in the beach in August. Like my dad was supposed to take the whole week off just so we could see the kids and see me and grab a cookout at my sister's house or something. And then, but we just pretty much spent 5 days at the beach, and Shannan booked us to I don't want to say punishment for them not to see the kids, but I wanted them to see it, see them. I wish I could have fixed all that. And I even when I was at the beach, I told Shannan that it was more like what was going on was more I feel because my dad's my hero, I feel like I've lost something in my life. I haven't been talking to him for 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been seeing to see the kids for 3 weeks, FaceTime or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted them to be able to have that relationship. And she was pretty much gung ho, she tried to kill my daughter by giving her pink. I was like, I don't think she gave it to him.
And was that her stance? Is that your mom
put something in front of Cece?
To kill her, or
No, just
didn't care?
Like
Didn't pay attention?
she thinks that allergies and this state of age is people think, oh, you're
it's
fine.
made up kind of
He'll
thing.
be fine. He'll just have a rash. He'll be fine. I've seen Cece, the first time. Well, I've seen a picture of when he had a cashew the first time. It wasn't good. And then she had kiwi the second time, and then the same thing happened. And I know it's real.
Do you know it's serious? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not it wasn't her throat closed up, but she broke out in this full body rash that looked really crazy looking. And luckily, nothing with her throat happened. But
So did that make you angry at your mom for doing that?
yeah, I mean, I was just Mom, you just gotta. I told her you need to think. You need to pay attention. Just because another kid can have something doesn't mean another kid can have something. Because we were at that birthday party at Jeremy's that Sunday. They had this cake there. Bella wanted it so bad. I'm can't give it to you because Cece can't have it. She was okay. And all the other kids were they can't have the cake. I just kind of took them off and gave them some one of those frozen pops or something. But it's just she had to learn that just because one kid can have something and there's another kid that can't have it for a legitimate reason, she couldn't have done it. But that's the kind of talk I had with her. When Shannan called me, I think it was maybe middle of July or something when she told me all this had happened. Mm-hmm. That's when I called my mom and talked to them for a while, and then they're just they just couldn't deal with her anymore. Shannan just kind of they flipped out. My nephew told Bella to go hide behind the curtain because I don't think your mom was going to let you come over here again or something like that.
Oh.
So it got heated. Oh, it was bad.
Really?
Yeah, it was a last straw between them, I think.
In the same room or over the phone?
No, they were at
They were
at my
really
mom's
heated.
house. Yeah, because Cece and Bella and my niece and nephew were there.
Okay.
How did Shannan find out about the ice cream thing?
Because Shannan was there, and I guess they were all sitting on this couch. It was kind of like a U, and my niece went into the kitchen, and she knew where the ice cream was. She'd been there.
So it's not like your mom gave it to her? She got her own ice cream?
She went in the freezer, got it, went out, and sat beside Cece, and started eating.
Oh.
But it's just a matter of Cece could go
Right.
like that. I don't know what would happen if she just got it on her hand.
Right.
But I know on the prick test on the back, it's like a well.
So were they staying there at your parents' house during that time?
Yeah, it was. So they would go from from Sandy and Frank's house for like a few days or 5 days, and then go to my mom and dad's house for a couple of days, kind of back and forth.
Okay. So it happened during that time when they were there. Yeah. Okay.
And so there were so many things that happened, weren't there? There just were little tiny ingredients to this recipe.
Yeah, nothing like
It's nuts, Chris. I mean, it's just so many things just didn't go your way.
everything was like somebody was stirring a pot, and it was just
It's exactly what it was like. So then, I know I keep bringing it up. Can you walk me through just the last few minutes before Shannan died?
It was pretty much just like I had gotten dressed for work, and then like we started talking.
Did she come to you?
No, I was just right there in bed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was just like, I got my blue shirt on, my jeans and everything.
You ready to go?
I was ready to go. And
Was she asleep, or did you have to wake her up to finish your conversation? Or?
I wake her up because like she got home like 2 o'clock, so she pretty much out of it. But I never knew like if her plane got delayed. Someone always told me like she just like sat around with Nicole and just like talked for a while and then came home or something. I'm not sure if that was true.
It was delayed.
But when she came home and everything, but yeah, like I woke her up to talk to her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And is that because it was just eating at your brain?
Yeah, like I knew like something like something doesn't feel right with me. So I know like she knew. I just knew she knew. I just felt like maybe the kids weren't going to be there when I got home that day.
Oh, interesting. Now, I don't mean to offend, but I have to ask, is that really the truth? Okay.
I really felt like they weren't going to be there when I got home that day.
Oh. And
Like she would take them somewhere?
No, I just felt like either maybe I wouldn't go home, maybe they weren't going to be there, or I wouldn't be allowed in, type thing.
I think I saw some text messages where Shannan talked about that she would take the kids to another state or something because she wouldn't be able to afford to live in Colorado or something like that. Did she say that kind of stuff to you, or
Yeah.
what did she say about that?
She said she couldn't afford to live in Colorado on her own, and that I told her like, well, you can drive. I mean, she pretty much makes the same amount I do,
Yeah.
but she said she wouldn't want to try just because Colorado just the price of living there was a lot higher than North Carolina.
And just so I'm clear, you thought maybe in your mind, you thought maybe she would take the kids somewhere else or like lock you out of the house or
just like, I wouldn't want to make a scene, like, trying like pound on the door, trying to get in or anything like that. But like, I just felt like, that was what I did on Sunday. It was kind of like, or Saturday night was kind of like the last straw. Kind of like going out with somebody and using an actual bank account card and just like not trying to hide it at all.
So walk me through it though, because she comes home, she touches you, you guys have sex, you fall asleep, then you wake up for work, all natural, all, a normal day's work type thing.
Yeah.
What was it that made you think, I just can't do this anymore, I have to talk to her?
It was eating away at me. Like I knew like something, I knew everything that I did. Like I know like when I was with Nikki, it was, different. Like I wasn't even like in the realm of I'm a dad, I'm a husband type thing.
Oh.
And then like I was saying, when I'm never at home, like sleeping in my own bed, like I have no like concept of that anymore.
Interesting. So in your mind and heart, you can move on.
Like it kind of felt like if I wasn't at home, like I didn't think about it almost. Cause like if I wasn't sleeping on my own, like I think there was at one point, like Nikki had gone to the mountains with her friends for like a few days, like into June, first part of July. And then like, that part, obviously I was home. But like from that whole month of July on, it was like, I was never at home. Like I never had all those reminders. I never had, like every time my wife would call me, I would be at Nikki's house.
Oh. While she was in North Carolina?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would like, walk outside and talk to her, like when I was next to the car or something like that. But I would never be at home looking like, have all these pictures around me, just being in the same bed, seeing my kids' beds, seeing everything that, that we go for the last 6 years.
And so, did you just want to once and for all get it out in the open?
I just wanted to just tell her how I was feeling at that point in time. Like, I didn't feel like me and her were compatible anymore.
Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't feel like that because what was going on with Nikki, it was new. It was new.
Right, absolutely.
Anything that's new always feels better than the old.
Yes.
You were probably bitten by the love bug.
Yeah,
That's how a lot of therapists talk
unfortunately,
about it. Yeah.
It was just like, I never felt that. I mean, even like with new relationships in the past, like it always feels different, like, the first couple of weeks, and then, but it just, with someone Nikki felt different. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just like you said, like, I was more in control, and like, it was more of like, maybe more of me coming out. Because Shannan always said, like, it always seemed I was more myself around other people, like, her cousin Cody, like, Cody lived or came up, visited us for a little bit while we were in Colorado for a little while, and Cody always talked about, like, how Chris is so funny, Chris is like, Shannan would always like, why are you him like that with me? It's like, maybe I always felt nervous about you.
There's only so much oxygen in the room, right? I say this to some people when dominant personalities,
I just always felt nervous. I always felt like I was, never could actually just, be myself.
Right.
Nikki, I was myself, like, all the time. It was just different.
Well, and it seems as though, and again, it's hard to talk about, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but it also seems, is it accurate to say that sexually you were able to say, Nikki, this is what I would like, this is what I'm into, or blah, 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 and maybe not what Shannan?
No, Nikki just wanted, she wanted what she wanted. She wanted to do it pretty much all the time. I was just like, okay, that's fine with me.
Okay.
With Shannan, it was just like, I'm like, hey, sometimes it happens, sometimes it didn't. But that wasn't the case as far as that way. It wasn't just like sex or whatnot. But it was me. I would just want myself. I could just not think about what I was going to say or plan what I was going to say or not, say something stupid or something. But
Right.
A little bit of freedom.
Can I ask you something about that morning that you had sex with Shannan? Did you feel at all like maybe you were kind of cheating on Nikki by doing that?
I felt strange. I felt like, the first time I was with Nikki, I felt weird. First time,
Sure.
And then the last time I was with Shannan, I felt totally strange. I was like, I didn't know who I was. I didn't know who I had become. I felt like I become people I see on TV, and that did not feel right with me. Like, I didn't know what had happened to me. Mm-hmm. So Nikki even asked me, like, have you done this before? Have you ever strayed away? I'm like, I've never even thought about it. It's like, what's different? It's like, I guess it's just you that's different, because I've just never actually, like, I've seen girls smile at me before, I've never done anything about it. With her, it was just like, it's like she had a leash on me and she tugged me away. As soon as she walked, I'm like, what the heck is going on? So.
Well, and Tammy brings up a very good point. I wonder if that last time with Shannan having sex had somewhat of a role in you thinking,
like a trigger?
I got to do something, I got to say something, we got to have a talk, something's got to change. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I felt like it was like maybe like a trigger point or something, like you hit the push button on a bomb, it just blows up.
Right.
Just something in my head was just like something was urgent. Just like I had to say something.
Okay. So then exactly what did you say and what happened?
So when I woke her up and just like, hey, we just gotta talk.
Okay.
And just like I told her, I don't feel compatible. I don't feel like this is gonna work. I just, I don't want to, like, can we cancel the trip to Aspen? She had booked a trip that week to go to some, like, mystery 4-star luxury hotel or something.
Just the two of you or the whole family?
Just me and her.
Okay.
And she had a man affair, couldn't watch the kids that weekend or something.
Okay.
And I was just like, can we cancel that? Can we, like, do something? Like, from what I remember, I even said, can we move to Brighton? Just to get away from, like, this house.
Oh.
But, like, I'm not sure if that was, like in the beginning or the end of part of the conversation or whatnot. That conversation went so many different ways. Like, they'd gone from, like, staying together to not staying together to just, like, all of the above.
Okay. So this is half an hour, what?
Definitely not more than half an hour, I think.
Okay.
I would think.
Are you crying? Is she crying?
Yeah, it's back and forth. It's like, she's got, mascara. She didn't wash her face when she got home. So she had makeup on still, so mascara was running all over her and stuff like that. And yeah, nothing about that conversation. I just wish I could take all of it back. Just the whole Nikki thing back, everything. But
So then when did it turn?
as far as that conversation, just at the end when I was telling her, like, I told her I didn't love her anymore. That's when it happened.
What happened?
She told me to get off her, and then I put my hand on her.
Okay.
Did you say she said something like that you were hurting the baby or something?
That was before that, because when I was straddling her, it was kind of like around her waist type deal.
Why did you get on her like that?
I just when we got on the bed, that's just what I got on.
Is that so she would listen to you?
I felt like she could probably listen to me just laying beside her, but I got on top of her.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I think about it, I'm just like, did I know I was going to do that before I got on top of her? I don't know.
Really? That's an interesting thought, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know if you knew.
Just like everything that happened that morning, I don't know. Like I try to go back in my head. I'm just like, I didn't want to do this, but I did it. Everything just kind of like.
Felt like you had to?
It just felt like it was. I don't even want to say it felt like I had to. It just felt like there was already something in my mind that was implanted that I was going to do it, and I woke up that morning and it was going to happen, and I had no control of it.
You never thought about it before?
It was just like I don't want, like when, like you said, like in the sentencing hearing, that prosecutor said it takes 2 to 4 minutes for something like that to happen. Like why couldn't I just let go? I didn't.
Oh, that's interesting.
Why couldn't I just let
Was
go?
it feeling like it was in motion and you just couldn't stop it?
Yeah, it was just like I don't even want to know what she saw when she looked back at me. Honestly,
Did you look at her? What was she doing?
she was fighting.
Why do you think she wasn't fighting?
I don't know. Maybe she was praying. Maybe she was just. I read the Bible. It said, where the scripture says, "Don't forgive these people, for they do not know what they do."
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she was saying that. I don't know what she was saying in her head, but she, like when you guys told me, like, take off your shirt and check for defensive wounds, and there wasn't going to be any. She didn't fight. I don't know why.
If she didn't could she grab your arms, or were her arms pinned down? Or
Not that I remember. I don't think so. I mean, I don't think like I moved to where my knees were around her arms or anything. But it's just kind of like when I got on top of her and we started talking. That was it. It's kind of like in my head, or like in the back of my head, that was going to happen. And just like at the end of the conversation, it was just like, that's what happened. I just wish I could have let go.
did it seem like it was that long? 2 to 4 minutes? How long did it seem for you?
Almost kind of felt like it was longer almost, because it felt like time was standing still. It's kind of like I just saw my life just disappearing before my eyes, but it just like I couldn't let it go. It was like somebody else, like if you picture somebody else around you, holding your hands, holding you, keep you from not letting go.
At some point there was a statement about rage. Do you feel like you were in a rage at that point?
That's the only way I can describe it, honestly. Like a snap. I guess my attorney had said like some, strangulation is more of like a, I don't know, passionate type thing. I'm just like, I don't know how that can be passionate.
It's just intimate because you're right in there.
Yeah.
Using your own hands. It's a lot different than someone standing across the room and you shooting them or something like that. So
It just felt like somebody was like behind me, just like I just couldn't let go.
It's interesting to me because there was a lot of things in your life that were like that, right? Where you're just like, maybe felt out of control, or maybe felt like, I don't know why I couldn't take a step back, or, like even when you said, when your buddy was like, let's go to the football game, you wanted to say yes, you just couldn't.
Yeah, I wanted to. Like I'd never been in a football game since North Carolina, so I was just like, yeah, sure. Like, I wanted to say that.
Yeah.
I wanted to just text him, hey, it fell through, we can't. Let's go.
So then what?
Just, after, Shannan was, I guess, once she was gone, it was just like, I didn't know what was going on. It's like, it was like a traumatic, I don't know what you call it, traumatic event type of everything. And like, I was shaking. I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I had done. I still wasn't in that right state of mind. I don't think like I was in control of what I could think or what I could do at that point in time. Like most people say, like, why don't you just call 911? I was like, unless you're in that situation, you don't know. You don't know what you would have done. Mm-hmm. It's easy to play Monday morning quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that.
Like I said, if somebody shoots somebody, you don't know what they was going through their mind at that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what you'd have done.
So what happened next?
Bella came in.
Is that what happened? Bella came in. What she said?
Wrong.
Did she hear something? Is that what she came?
Obviously, I think.
Okay. What'd you tell me?
I don't feel good.
And then, did that happen with Bella right in that room?
Not in front of her.
Okay. What happened?
She walked in as, she's talking about she was sleeping.
Mm-hmm. Did you take her back to her room?
I put Shannan in that sheet and found the site.
Okay. And what?
Carried her downstairs, backed my truck up.
At that point, were the girls still there? Okay. So then Shannan's in the truck. Then went back to the house.
We got everybody back in the truck.
Was Bella first or was Cece first?
In the truck?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So Shannan was first, and then Bella was next. Was Bella alive when you guys got in the truck? Oh, okay. What happened?
I woke back up.
Okay.
I don't really want to talk about this part, honestly.
Okay.
Those are my kids. This is my baby. I have to talk to them every night. I have to see how this can happen.
Okay.
Every time I see pictures of it, I don't know how this could have happened. And being a dad was the best part of my life. I took it all away.
I think that's the hardest part for us, Chris, is we see those videos, we see that love that you had for your girls. Like, it's obvious to us, and even to us, it's hard for us to understand how a dad who's given piggyback rides and, making snacks and watching princess movies and those kinds of things, how you get to that point,
I don't know. Like I said, it was just like something else was controlling me that day. I had no control over what I was like to fight back.
Yeah.
Like when that prosecutor said that Bella bit her tongue, like repeatedly, I just wanted to just bang my head up against the wall.
So you put Shannan in the truck, and then you put the two girls in the truck? Were they just sitting in their car seats, or I guess they didn't probably have car seats in your truck, did they?
No, they was sitting in the back with in that bench sheet.
So Shannan was back there too?
She was on the floor.
What did they say about Shannan being on the floor?
Mommy, okay?
What'd you tell them?
She'll be fine.
Did you have their stuff with them, like their toys and their blankets and stuff?
They had something with them that they carried. One of them, I think, at CC and Bella had like a blanket or something with them, like a pink blanket. Or
what about the dog? I think one of them had a dog, right? That talked or dog.
Yeah, one of them had like a little barking dog.
Was that with you too? Do you know?
I think it was. Try to. It's hard to remember. Like if they had like the big blanket, small blanket.
So, I think I saw on the video that you put a gas can or something in the back of your truck. Is that right? Did you have different plans for when you put that in there?
I don't know what was going through my head. I feel like maybe I could just get rid of myself at the same time if I was doing all this, honestly.
Yeah.
You should think about that.
What'd you think about that?
I didn't feel like I deserved to live after what had happened.
Was there any thought to the whole family going away that day, to include you?
After everything happened, that's a definite thought.
Yeah. See, it's interesting to me. We had all kind of wondered if there was a point when you were all together, and if you were all going to pass together. That to me makes sense, because that's, even though it sounds crazy, that's what a family man does, right?
Family man doesn't do what he did.
No, I know. I guess what I mean is, it seems like you guys were going to be together forever in that way. Is that maybe what was going through your head?
Honestly, I just felt like I didn't deserve to live.
Yeah.
And it was like, whatever judgment I was going to come upon myself, I just didn't deserve to be on this earth anymore. What happened?
Okay.
So what made you not do that, do you think?
I don't know if it was just more of like because with the site, maybe it was just more of like I would have hurt more people than just me and everybody else. Like, I know there's other people out there, not like at the site, but other people like maybe out in the area. Like I didn't want something like on the site to catch fire and blow up, and then other people around would get hurt in the same.
So you were thinking initially about starting a fire out there or an explosion or something, or
Just no, not for that. Just like maybe I could just take care of myself and not have been dead.
How?
Gasoline, that's the only thing you do. I mean, I don't have a gun. I don't have anything like that. It's not like you just commit suicide that way. But it's
So just to blow yourself up?
I mean, it was just I wasn't thinking.
Yeah.
I don't have weapons. I've never hunted before in my life. I don't know nothing was right that morning.
yeah. I remember you kept telling me that. You kept saying, "I didn't know what I was doing, Tammy. I didn't know." Like,
When you asked me about the sheet, like, what were you doing? Like, I don't know what I was doing.
Yeah. I think you were just like in automatic mode, or it seemed like. So did you drive straight out there? So what were you thinking on the way out there?
I was kind of like what I'm doing right now. I'm just like, nervous, shaking, not knowing what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like I know like my life is completely changed. I don't know like what's happening. Like honestly, like I try to picture that whole ride. Like it's like 45 minutes to an hour ride out there, and it's just like, couldn't I have like saved my girl's life? Couldn't I have done something? Why did I do it? I don't know.
Right.
Like this is my flesh and blood. This is like what I wanted all my life, was to be a dad, just to have kids, and they love me. They all that, and it just nothing made sense.
Right.
Like the oil tank, nothing made sense. I'm just like, what the doing?
Hmm. So what happened when you got out there?
I took Shannan out just to a place off to the site.
Hmm.
Then
What were the girls doing when you were doing that?
just sent them back to the truck.
And then what happened after that?
CSU was first. She did have a blanket. She had a blue blanket. A Yankee blanket.
So was she alive when she went into the oil tank? No?
I put the blanket over her head.
And that's how she passed. Couldn't breathe.
I put the blanket over her head. I didn't want to. No. I strangled her right there in the back seat.
Okay.
What was Bella doing?
She's sitting right beside her.
Did she understand? Did she know what was going on?
She didn't say anything.
And then the same for Bella. Just without a blanket.
With the blanket.
Oh, okay.
I didn't look. It's like every time I closed my eyes, I just hear her saying, "Daddy, no," and that was it.
That's what Bella said.
I hear that every day.
Do you really? Sorry, man.
Sorry doesn't take anything back to that day.
I know. Is it possible that in your mind you didn't want them to suffer throughout their life? Was this like a mercy thing?
I mean, you can say that like after the fact, but it was just like,
You didn't feel like that during it?
I just didn't. I felt like it was just like an anger with Shannan, with everything that I was just taking it out on everybody that was in front of me that morning.
Yeah.
I mean, kids growing up without their parents, depending on what grandparents or whoever they grew up with, seemed to be fine. But it was just like, it was an anger thing. It was just like,
And what were you so angry at Shannan about? Like if you could pinpoint it.
nothing that makes anybody to want to do this. I mean, you could be angry at your spouse like your whole life, but you should never have done anything like this. You should never let it get to that point. And I let it get to a point where I've never been angry before. Like, this was like the epitome of being angry.
Yeah.
The epitome of like showing a rage. The epitome of like losing your mind. And even like some people in here said, dude, like, what the heck happened? He must have freaking snapped. Like, I just walk away. I'm just like, I don't see it in my mind how it could have, like, I look outside every day. I'm like, what could we be doing right now? Yeah. Right now I'd have a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and more than likely a 1-month-old son. And a beautiful wife. But just like, right now it's just me.
I watched that video of you finding out that Shannan was pregnant. Don't seem excited. You seem like kind of in shock.
Scared.
And yeah, like, oh fuck. Like,
Well,
it's already complicated and now this.
Well, it's like when we had talked about it like a couple weeks, it happened fast. Like With Bella, it was like, we almost gave up trying. And then she bought me like a supercharger for my car. And then with Cece, it was like, we had to try. And then finally, but with Nico, it was, once or twice. And then like 2 weeks later, she's pregnant.
Is that what happened?
Yes. It's just like, it was more of like surprise, scared. I'm like, wait, what? Like we just talked about this. Like, people have brought up the fact like, oh, she was quite pregnant before, like you guys even talked about it. I'm just like, that's not, no. But like, it was insanely fast. I give it that. Like, that's the only reason I ever gave that notion, like, even the moment of thought, because it was like faster than any other time that she'd gotten pregnant.
You just didn't seem happy. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I don't remember the video much. I know she was wearing like a "Oops, we did it again" shirt, I think, and I was walking out of my cooler or something. And I don't remember like my actual like reaction, like watching the video, but like I could see her surprised to see her like that. Didn't seem like he was jumping for a doy type thing.
yeah, it didn't seem like that.
Did you watch the one of when I found out about Cece?
Huh.
No, okay.
Is it totally different?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was because Bella was in the crib and it had an eviction notice on the.
Oh, yeah, I think you told me about it. Yeah, I never saw it though.
Yeah, I picked up Bella and spun her around and whatnot. This time it was just me and Shannan, and she was in the kitchen. I don't know, like I don't forget what date it was. Maybe like June 3rd or 5th or 7th. I'm not sure like what date it was in the video, but maybe I already felt guilty about talking to Nikki at work.
Yeah.
Maybe that was going through my head.
Is that the potential timing? Does that make sense? Okay.
I don't remember the video, what day the video was, but I knew like I kind of met Nikki around like June 1st. I knew like she told me like afterwards.
When you say met her, you mean like went on a date with her?
No, I never went on a date with her until she was in North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Just like flirting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there was natural flirting back and forth, and that was just like, I knew that, like, with that video timing, I probably just looked like I was, like, felt guilty for even talking to the girl at work.
Well, you probably did, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys fight before, you and Shannan? I know you talked about, like, not really raising your voice and stuff. Was there... Because I want to say, didn't a neighbor talk about them fighting and stuff?
Yeah, but that was embellished and exaggerated, and he retracted that.
Oh, he ended up doing that?
He retracted that. So.
Did you guys ever fight? Did you ever...
I mean,
was there any domestic violence in your house? Like,
no, we never...
This is strange to us to
Even
have...
from her to you, I mean,
Yeah.
she gets mad when she's pregnant and grabs a knife or
No, like...
scratches you or smacks you around or nothing?
No, she's never, like, nothing.
Okay.
That's what makes all this even more hard to understand from my standpoint. I know from yours, too.
Yeah.
Did she ever belittle you at all? Did you ever feel that way, maybe?
Was that?
Did she ever make you feel like she belittled you or you felt belittled by her?
I mean, there's always points, like, in a marriage where, like, the dominant person, like, takes control of everything. But, like, my whole life, I just kind of went with the flow. Like, I never, like, put myself in the center of attention I didn't want to be.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be in the back row.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if she did belittle me, I couldn't pick an exact point or time.
She never really felt that way about it.
No, I mean, I always knew I was like, the introvert, and she was she took control of most situations. Like when people came over, like, I knew what my role was.
Yeah.
Like, I watch videos of, like cooking, or she'd make, like, power balls or, or, like, protein balls or whatever.
Yeah.
You just don't seem like you want to be in those videos.
No.
Like, I feel like you were being forced to be in those videos. And correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah,
that's what it seemed like to me.
I hated being in videos. I mean, I did it for her, because
Right.
it was for her business and
Sure.
stuff, but, like, it was, I hated just being out
Yeah.
for everybody to see. That's why, like, the whole, like, the gender reveal thing, I was just like, I didn't want it to be like some live Facebook video. I'm just like, no.
Yeah.
But like, I never wanted to be out there.
Yeah.
I know. I'm like,
Well, even when she was, because we talk about this a lot, Tammy and I and Dave, even when it was, I think it was Florida on some Lavelle or Thrive thing, and she's like, here we are, and it's all expenses paid, and
I was like,
I remember looking at you and thinking, like, he is not into this video right now.
No, you don't look into any of the videos, I'll be honest with you.
I wouldn't be either.
Yeah.
That's not me.
yeah,
I get it.
I mean, I remember you talking about, like, she would even post stuff for you. Like,
Oh, yeah.
because you're technically a salesman, too, of
Yeah.
Lavelle, of Thrive.
Like she put me underneath her, not like anything, like any of my friends or stuff, like anything I do would help her.
Right.
So it was just, I would send her pictures. Like I should take a picture with your patch. I'm like, okay, send it to her, and then she'd make a post about it. She was like, I need to take more control over like your business and stuff. I was like, I don't know what to talk about.
Right.
Like if I wanted to talk to somebody at the mall or at the pool or somebody about this, I just stumble all over my words and just like they'd be like, okay, bye. But no,
Yeah.
I'm not the salesman. Jesus, I mean, she could sell everything you're wearing back to you,
Right.
and you wouldn't even know it. Like, wait, I just paid
Right.
this shirt. I paid $20 for it. Yeah, those videos were not me. I did it just to support her. Like she would always say, "Oh,
Could you tell her no? Could you say, I don't want to be in that video? Or is that an option?
probably not an option." I mean, it's like she would have been like, "Well, why is this to help our family? This is for to help this and that." So I couldn't have told her no. I mean, it would have made her mad. I would have been like, no. I wouldn't want to start that just because it's for the business, it's for the family. I was just going to try to help out wherever we can.
Right.
Did that actually make money?
Mm-hmm.
So not only just more sales, but it actually put money in your guys' pocket.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And she made probably in that last year, probably as much as I did.
On commissions, basically? I mean, I know that's a simplified version of it, but...
Yep. I mean, it's they don't take taxes out on it, so...
Right.
So that was like the good thing, and they paid for your car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Did they give you an allowance or something to buy a car?
yeah, once you
At least.
if you're a certain level, like a 12K or above, they give you a car allowance once a month. I'm not sure how they made money. The owners doing that, but they did.
Yeah.
Unless there's just like an insane markup on the product, which I probably guess there is.
Probably is, yeah.
I'm not sure how much it costs for them to make it.
Yeah.
Did you feel like a different person wearing those patches?
Especially like the Duo, the Burn. Like the Apple Watches. Like if you look on it, like when it tells you your exercise, it says I was exercising like all day. My heart rate was like up.
Oh.
Just from those patches.
Was it full of caffeine or what?
They just have something. They had something in them. I mean, the black label ones, the longer black ones, those had caffeine in them, but it never had that effect. I mean, the Duo Burn ones, the ones that are more of like the fat loss type, it felt like I was working out all day, even though I wasn't.
Oh, were you tired?
I mean, I know at some points, even Nikki said that, like, I'd fall asleep on the couch, on her couch while I was talking to her, and then, like, pick back up like I never knew I fell asleep, which I don't know if it was, like, an insomnia thing or what, but, like, I wasn't sleeping much.
You had a lot going on then.
Yeah, that was the only patches I really felt like a real big difference on, just because it felt like I was working out all day.
Mm-hmm. You don't feel like they changed your personality or anything like that, though? Or do you?
I don't really know. I know I just felt different on those than any other patch. I felt like I could just go longer and longer each day.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure like if that was probably a bad thing. Because I don't think I was probably sleeping more than 3 hours a night.
So would you stay when Shannon was gone? Would you stay with Nikki and then go home for to get ready?
Yeah, I just wake up at like 4:30 and go home and get ready for work and leave. And I just work out when I got back home.
Mm-hmm.
What were the conversations with Nikki as far as at some point you guys were talking about her helping you find an apartment? So what did you guys talk about as far as your future together?
That didn't really happen until like I got back from the beach. So I told her I lied to her like, hey, I don't like I had talked to Shannan about getting the separation.
And that talk hadn't happened yet.
No, I mean it kind of like. She knew something was going on at the beach. I mean, we weren't sleeping in the same room, and then she even mentioned the fact like, hey, Colorado's 50-50 state or something like that. Which, okay, I guess she looked it up. But that actual talk hadn't actually happened. I was just like, I thought it was going to happen.
Yeah. And so in conversations with Nikki, I get it. I mean, you're telling her like the progress toward the divorce is a little bit more than it was. Mm. And then so what were you guys planning?
So it was more of like she's going to help me find an apartment that was affordable. That's kind of just around like Brighton or maybe just close to work, like Fort Lupton or something around there. That's kind of like where my area was. Mm-hmm.
Did you talk about moving in with her?
She didn't want that.
She didn't want that? Would you have done that if she would have been cool with that?
I've been a little too soon. I would have thought. There's just, we'd only been really seeing each other like almost like a month or maybe just talking about 2 months. That would really. She called her house like her apartment like her. I don't know, like her kind of like a shield or kind of like her. She had another word for it, but
like her safe place.
Yeah, like a safe place or something like that. And she didn't like people like to invade it, but that's why she always let me come over because she said she felt like that was fine. Like her dog liked me and everything. Like she would say, hey, you just should belong here type thing. Okay.
So you and Shannan, did you talk about selling the house? At what point did you? There was some discussion there with Ann Meadows.
She had sent an email to Ann about like how we would go about like selling the house.
Yeah.
And I think Ann told her about Ann was always about getting pre-approved. Just like like if you're going to sell your house, get pre-approved for like another house, so it's like much faster.
Yeah, so you can just quickly transition from one to the other. Okay. When did that happen?
I was like, I didn't know like it was 10 months of one there.
Progress toward the divorce is a little bit more than it was. Mm. And then so what were you guys planning?
So it was more of like she's going to help me find an apartment that was affordable. That's kind of just around like Brighton or maybe just close to work, like Fort Lupton or something around there. That's kind of like where my area was. Mm-hmm.
Did you talk about moving in with her?
She didn't want that.
She didn't want that? Would you have done that if she would have been cool with that?
I've been a little too soon. I would have thought. There's just, we'd only been really seeing each other like almost like a month or maybe just talking about 2 months. That would really. She called her house like her apartment like her. I don't know, like her kind of like a shield or kind of like her. She had another word for it, but.
Like her safe place?
Yeah, like a safe place or something like that. And she didn't like, people like to invade it, but that's why she always let me come over because she said she felt like that was fine. Like her dog liked me and everything. Like she would say, hey, you just should belong here type thing. Okay.
So you and Shannan, did you talk about selling the house? At what point did you? There was some discussion there with Ann Meadows.
She had sent an email to Ann about like how we would go about like selling the house.
Yeah.
And I think Ann told her about Ann was always about getting pre-approved. Just like like if you're going to sell your house, get pre-approved for like another house, so it's like much faster.
Yeah, so you can just quickly transition from one to the other. Okay. When did that happen? Remember?
I think it was either right before we left. No, that had to have been like first week of August, somewhere around there. I think she may have contacted her.
Okay. So the plan was maybe to buy a house. I think you told me in Brighton. You think about buying a house in Brighton.
Yeah, just like she liked that Adams 12 school system or something.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I think that's what Brighton is. Adams County. So.
Yeah.
What were you thinking about when you called the school that day on Monday?
I was freaking out. I didn't know, I I was thinking in my head, like, what I just did, what I just done. And I didn't know, like, it was stupid to do anything. Just, I mean, to call the school, to call Ann, to call anybody. I mean, they were right to be, suspicious about anything. Like, 'cause I knew I probably sounded eccentric on the phone and out of sorts. It was just, I don't even know what they were thinking. They heard me.
I think they thought I was weird, but I don't know how you would not sound weird, like you said.
So are you 100% sure the girls were still around and alive when you drove out? Okay. So that's completely accurate. There's nothing else about that.
They got in the truck.
Okay.
Where did the blanket go?
It's probably in the trash can or something. I think.
In the trash?
It wasn't like, it was still in my truck.
Okay. We thought we saw some GPS where you had stopped by near construction roll-off dumpster. Is that true, or?
I think that's like, I dumped my clothes in there.
So that would have been on the way back to the house?
My neighborhood.
Yeah. When Officer Kunab was there? Okay. Was it one of those red construction dumpsters?
More than likely.
Okay.
Did you pack new clothes? How did that work?
I already have some in there because, like, in case we have like a spill or something.
Oh.
If you ever get crude oil on you don't. Yeah, I have like 2 pairs of boots, all kinds of different stuff in there, just because like just one time I had to pick up the spill and I had defrost on, and I had like a headache for like 2 weeks because like the crude oil that comes. So I always have something in there.
So where did you keep them after you took them off? Like, did you just change out there into your new other clothes?
So like I dumped my clothes in that dumpster.
But that wasn't that on the way back when you were coming? Like, you had already worked the whole day, right?
I worked like till like 11 or so.
11.
Yeah. So that was back when Nicole Atkinson.
Yeah, when she was at
when she
my
called.
house, hit the doorbell. That's what I knew. I was at the house.
Right.
Did you think right then, like, oh fuck, like here we go, or what were you thinking then?
I didn't even know why she was there. I was like, I didn't know, like, maybe she had an appointment or something with Shannan. I didn't know.
What did you think, like, that day, like, what you were going to say? Like, what was your plan? Were you just going to go home and be like, report to the police that your family's gone, or?
I had no idea what was going to happen. Like, after everything, I mean, I don't even know how I was even acting even normal to people that I was around. Because when, like, Troy and Cody and Chad and Melissa and all them, like, when they showed up on the site, I don't even know how I was even being somewhat even coherent what I was saying, but apparently that understood me. So I didn't know what was going to happen. Like I said, this wasn't like something like some Criminal Minds type.
Like, well thought out.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing like that.
You're just minute by minute at that point.
Yeah, I had no idea what was going to happen.
So once the girls were gone, was it also just a minute by minute thing as far as the oil tanks?
Yeah, I didn't know what to do. I mean, just thinking about an oil tank just makes me want to fill up.
And was that just because it was in front of you and there it was and just presented itself? It wasn't a plan beforehand? Okay. Was there any reason why the separate ones?
No, it's like you said, it was like going up the stairs, and it just didn't. No, like what Frank said is like I was trying to separate everybody. That's not.
No.
No, I didn't want to separate anybody.
What was the reason?
I can't even tell you. It was like I said, like something else was in control of what I was doing, and it was like I was doing something I never thought I would ever do in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Did you think there would be less chance of someone finding them if they were in separate tanks, or?
I don't know.
Sounds like it was.
No, I didn't. Whatever my reasoning was in my head that day. It wasn't sound. There was nothing that's right.
And you don't even remember thinking about it.
No, it was like a reaction of something that I wasn't even thinking about.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the trash bags? Do you remember that?
Oh,
There were two.
Okay. Yes. Trying to, because like she kept, I didn't want to, like when I was putting the one coherent, I guess, thing I had, like I didn't want the girls looking at Shannan while they were in the back seat.
So what'd you do?
Put a trash bag on one end and on her feet and on her head so they didn't have to see.
And they were just too little to kind of figure out, right?
Yeah, they didn't know this.
Okay. That's good.
I just know, like, when I was driving up there, I mean, they were just, sitting there just, kind of asleep or kind of just like, holding on to each other, laying in each other's laps. I didn't.
Do you remember having any thoughts or thinking about why not just putting them all together with Shannan?
Honestly, it was just happening so fast. I had no time to really have a thought. That was my own.
Okay.
But I wasn't like dutifully trying to separate anybody passing away, trying to keep anybody separate. And everything, Frank, Sandy, and Frankie said, like I don't hold it against them. I mean, they can hate me they have a right to hate me for the rest of their lives.
They don't hate
They
you.
don't. In fact, while we're on the subject, I speak with them weekly, and I told them that we were going to come here and then hopefully would speak with us. And they told me to tell you, understandably, they're devastated. But they actually said that they love you. They still love you. And Sandy explained it. He's our son-in-law for 8 years. I can't just turn that off. So they don't hate you. They don't.
That's amazing to hear that.
Yeah. Well, and I can tell you, Sandy was the one that was most resistant to penalties in this case. And she said that. She told me that from the very beginning. She didn't want that. It's God's decision. It's not her decision. And then she told me that even then. So it's not just a one-time thing that she has said it to me. It's been over the whole course of the event. So that's probably one of the most honest things someone's ever told me. So it's pretty amazing. Faith is. She's obviously a believer. So am I. I get it. So I understand it.
That's amazing to even hear that.
Yeah. Good people.
I would have figured they would have hated me for.
They don't. I mean, anybody would think that. I certainly would have, but I have to admit I was surprised, really taken back by that. But they certainly don't. So.
What did they say when they knew you were coming out here?
They say they want to know, details because they need closure. And that's really all they want. And they want to keep it private. And I said, well, absolutely. We'll talk to them about what you told us, and just so they can put it past them, because they're having a hard time dealing with it and trying to get past it all. And I think that may help just to know.
Closures, I mean, my parents still think, like I've told them I pled guilty for a reason.
Right.
Right.
And like I told it to them when they had that video phone thing in Colorado the day before, like I pled guilty, like I plead guilty for a reason. Mm-hmm. Like I didn't just, I knew other people were watching, so I didn't just go in and like just say anything. Mm-hmm. Like they seemed to take it, like okay. And
What made you do that, Chris? What made you plead guilty?
I didn't want anybody else to. I didn't want them to go through this for 2 or 4 years. I didn't want my attorneys to lie for me for 2 or 4 years. Like they would have done anything I told them to do.
Sure.
That's what I don't see how they can do that. And, like, that's what attorneys do. Like, they take their defendant and they say, like, what happened? Okay, we'll go with that story. Like, I told them everything I just told you guys. And it's just like, they got together, like, well, if they ever offered a plea deal, would you ever want to, like, just plead guilty to? I'm like, yeah, I mean, if we can end this, end it. Like, I was, like, in September, I told them that.
Really?
Yeah, but, it was way too early, and the prosecution was still doing their investigation, still grabbing evidence and all kinds of stuff, and that wasn't even really on the table. So I think it was around Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's when the prosecution went to Frank and Sandy and Frankie's house. And it's talking like, if we can end this, would you be open to that? And that's when, like the whole death penalty and everything, all that conversation happened. And I guess they were surprised that it would just be over.
Yeah.
And
we were all in shock. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was like,
it's like we were going 100 miles an hour and then we just hit a brick wall. Like, that's what it felt like to all of us. So, I mean, obviously you had more time to contemplate it than us.
I told John and Kate and Sophia and everybody, Amy, if we can just stop this, and like, I know it's, everybody's telling me to fight this, there's no, like, there's like, everybody's saying there's like not enough evidence to such this and that. And I'm just like, no, this needs to end. Like, I don't want people to have to, because for Frank and everybody to have to fly back to Colorado every single time and get reminded of this, like, I'm not sure it's never going to go away, but to actually have to come and talk about it, have other people talk about it, have, all three of you get on the witness stand and say, what they saw, what they've seen, what they heard on tapes and everything like that. It's just like, I don't want people to relive that over and over and over again for years. Like, if I could just end this for everybody, and then, like, if there's any closure at all, they could start then instead of like 2022. But everything just like, I know it'd only get worse for everybody.
So did it have anything to do with you not having the death penalty?
No, like, I mean, honestly, like, when I was sitting in that cell, I felt like I should die. I mean, I was listening to everybody telling me, like, hey, if you do this and this, you can hang yourself in that cell. You could do this and that.
They were, like, telling you stuff.
Yeah, you could drown yourself in the toilet if you wanted to fill your toilet bowl up or something like that. It was, they've been there a bunch of times. And, like, I was, at one point, I was listening to them. Mm-hmm. I was like, I just felt like maybe there's a different purpose for me somewhere. Maybe it's here. I don't know. Like, I prayed to God every day that He would move me away from Colorado, like, move me away from, like, the DOC there, because I just knew, like, 'cause they were saying there was a hit on me. They said if I was going to a DOC in Colorado, like, I'd last a week and I'd be dead. Because of, like, the gangs and all that kind of stuff. So, like, I just felt like God moved me here for a reason. And I'll, hopefully I can help people that way. But, like, I didn't want my family, I didn't want Shannan's family, all of our friends, like, having to go through that. Because after a while, I knew it was, like, this stuff was everywhere. And I knew, like, all her Thrive friends, everybody, that was just, like, it would just broke, just put that hole in their heart just a little bit bigger every time. I didn't want that. I knew it would have gotten worse. I didn't want it to get any worse than it already was.
Did you ever think about, well, it could be very believable what I told him. It could be very believable that Shannan did, end the girls. And so maybe if I tried to convince people that, maybe if I fought with my attorneys on that, maybe I could lessen it somehow. Did you ever think about that?
Honestly, I never even thought about the story until you guys mentioned it.
Yeah. Okay.
I wondered.
I never even thought about it until you guys mentioned it.
And what did you think about it once it got mentioned?
It's just like I just went with it. I didn't, like, I knew my dad was out there. I knew it was like, I knew they would probably believe it because, my mom and my sister just never really liked Shannan. I knew that, like, I mean, through all this, like, I got letters from some of my friends that even said,
when we went over to your house, we could see, Shannon was more dominant personality and more like, you're always helping with the kids and everything. Just, you're a great dad and everything. We could see, a couple things I never saw or, whatnot. And even my best friend Mark even said, there's always, something, I didn't really get with Shannan. Obviously, nobody ever told me any of this stuff, but okay. But yeah, I never thought about that story. And, that's what my attorneys were going with.
Yeah.
And then, I think it was probably the second week I told them, what had really happened.
What did they say after that?
They were quiet. They were writing it down. They said they wouldn't judge me. So I told them. I told them everything that happened. And they, appreciated, I guess, most of the time, their defendant or their, defense don't, tell them actually what happened.
No. Yeah.
They just, tell them, right, get me out of here. This is what happened. But I told them what happened. I didn't want them going, if this was going to go, anywhere in the courts, I didn't want them to be under a false pretense and, get surprised. So I know, there was probably things that you guys probably knew that maybe if I lied to them and just tell them, no, this is what happened, that it would have, made them look, foolish and stupid and just, unprepared. And I was like, this is what happened. And they, they appreciated me telling them that. So now they would be prepared. And that's when they were saying, if there was ever, if we ever went to them, the prosecution, and say, if we could end this, would I be open to it? I'm like, if it could end, send it.
I know there was wasn't her phone found on the couch or between the couch cushions? Did you plant all that
I
stuff?
just threw it in there.
You just threw it in there? Why did you do that?
I don't know what was going on that morning. Her watch, her phone, that was actually, if I'd planned this, I would probably just take it out to the field or something,
What about her ring and stuff? What were you thinking about that?
It's maybe she actually really wanted a divorce. Maybe she didn't want to fix it. Just put it there on the counter.
She took it off? Or did you take it off?
I took it off.
Okay. Oh, so that would look like she was saying, I want a divorce. I'm leaving it here when I'm taken off. I see.
So the phone and her watch and the couch, was that morning before you left to go to service? Okay.
That's, I think, Nicole's son found it or something.
Yeah.
What other things did you do that maybe we even missed?
So the phone and the watch. I think I threw the therapy book she wanted me to read in the trash.
That was that morning?
I think so.
Were you trying to make it look like she threw it in the trash?
I don't know. I just
Oh.
I just didn't think nothing was ever going to work again. So I didn't know what was going on.
Did you go down to the basement? I thought the basement door opened.
Yeah, the door is open, but yeah. So there was a lot of movement, I think it was around 4:26 or something. And the garage door opening, the basement door opening, and then, of course, the living room sensors and all. Do you remember what you were doing all during that time? Other than
You had a lot of
going out the
steps.
garage.
I'll just say that.
Okay. So the basement, I'm not sure. I mean, the only thing I really have down there is my workout, the bench press and whatnot.
Do you remember going down there for anything or opening that door for anything? Did you think about, well, maybe I'll take her out that way, or is it a walkout basement?
No.
It wasn't at your house. Okay.
That's like a garden level basement. So
Okay.
But no, I don't remember really. I don't think it worked out that morning.
Were you packing your lunch in the kitchen? Did you have to do all that normal stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I packed the lunch and everything. Did all that. I don't remember about the basement. Unless I just worked out that morning, I just don't remember. I don't think I did.
So one of the more,
Unless there was a trash bag down there. Then
You got trash bags from there?
maybe there wasn't any in the garage. And I went down there and got one.
Do you normally carry a roll of trash bags in your truck?
No.
So there was a roll in your truck.
I was.
Yeah.
Maybe I just grabbed it and brought it with me then.
That would have been kept in the basement, maybe, or
Basement or the garage.
the garage. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Graham?
One of the more kind of poignant or tender moments in all of this was seeing you with your dad when he came in. What was it like when you picked him up at the airport?
It was very strange. It was kind of like I almost knew this was probably the last time I'd ever see him on the outside. In my head, I knew that.
Yeah. What'd you guys talk about?
Honestly, like, he just wanted to talk about sports. He's always kind of like, distance himself from like a problem type thing. Like, when, like, if there was ever an issue or anything like that, he always want to talk about, like, just bring up, like, when I would try to get him to quit smoking, like, all the time. Like, that's after, like, I graduated high school and whatnot. He would.
Are you talking about cigarettes?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he would always, like, just change stuff. Like, oh, you never happened in the race, football, or something. I mean, he just never wanted, like, he said, okay, yeah, I'll get to it. And just, boom, something else. And, I just kind of felt like it was kind of like that, like he asked like a few questions, like, do you know where they're at? And do you think, you know where they're at or anything like that? And I just, told him no. And then, like, just want to talk about sports and just, like, normal things. Just kind of, I'm not sure if he maybe knew anything, maybe he kind of figured out something maybe happened and just wanted to talk to me as his son.
Is it possible he saw that you were in a stressful situation and wanted to do what he always did, make things comfortable?
I think that was a good way to put it.
I bet you picked up a lot of that from him.
Yeah, because in stressful situations, like, the gray hair doesn't show it, but, like, I try not to be in stress. But, it's, like, I worked on cars, there was a lot of stress. It's always, it's on commission. You get paid what you do, not by showing up. So, that Antarctica was a little less stressful. I got paid just to be there. But,
Was your dad's marriage like yours and Shannan's marriage, as far as, like, your dad was the more passive one and your mom was the more
my mom
dominant?
was always the more aggressive one.
Was she like Shannan in a way? Were you attracted to Shannan because she was kind of like how your mom and dad's relationship was, or?
It was like, it almost mirrored, like, her mom and dad's relationship, honestly, because her dad's like my dad. They're both, like, kind of calm, cool, collected.
I could see that, yeah.
And her mom is very...
Sandy rules that roost.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Very. And it's just, like, I kind of related into that. Because, like, her mom always said, like, she always told Shannan that she would marry somebody that was kind of like her dad. And I felt like I was kind of like her dad. I wasn't, like, I couldn't build a lot of things he could, but, our personalities were kind of, like, I was always, I think he really liked me the first time he met me because, like, I was helping Shannan with this. She had got this car from the dealership that she worked at, and she was driving around and felt like the wheel was about to fall off. And I pulled over where her dad was, and I got underneath it, jacked it up, and I was, like, trying to fix everything. He said, like, any other guy she'd ever dated would have just, like, stood by and watched me do it. And so I think that's when she really, like, kind of like me.
Took to you.
Yeah, it's just like I was always wanting to help people, not to hurt anybody.
Well, and you helped her all through her lupus, and you're at the colonoscopy, and you're jacking up the car. And
yeah, I did. Anytime she had an issue with, like, car at the Dirty South Customs, like, I would just go out to work, see what I could do with it. I would just do whatever I could to help.
Yeah. Well, and I think one of the reasons Frank and Sandy work so well is because Frank let Sandy be Sandy.
Yeah.
And they probably both saw in you that you let Shannan be Shannan.
Yeah, I just, like, I didn't try to change her.
Right.
Like, I just let her be, who she is.
Yeah.
She's like, she's gung ho. She's, she knows what she wants. She's gonna go get it. Yeah. And I didn't say, hey, you can't do that. And that's what her first husband did.
Yeah.
He controlled everything. He tried to be Sandy, and it didn't work. And she turned into almost like me. She was like, she just kind of like played back and just kind of like let him do what he was doing. And I think she learned after that she could just be herself. And with me, she could definitely be herself.
Yeah.
So that's how it worked.
So do you think your dad had any inkling? Because I'm trying to remember the timing. He showed up when you were still walking around. You weren't in any trouble yet when Ronnie came in.
Yeah, I had met with dude the night before, like 3 or 4 hours. And then I was at Nick and Amanda's house.
Okay.
We went there, and that's when I went to go pick him up.
Okay. And you picked him up. It was early that morning, right?
He was like 10:30, I think, when his flight came in.
Okay. And then so from there, you guys probably drove home and then to the police station.
Yep.
And the talks there were no type of confession from you. Okay.
No, it was like, he was just going to wait. I
Okay.
told him, like, if you're hungry, there's like that barbecue joint down the street. And, like, it's good. And just, he told me he never left.
He didn't. I wasn't lying.
Yeah.
He's faithful. He was.
Yes. I mean, I don't know how he lasted that long without food.
We ended up giving him food.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He was great. And the reason I ask is because when I look back and watch the video, now knowing what I know after talking to you today, I can see how genuine he was. But I just didn't know if you guys had come up with some sort of plan. Okay.
No, he never talked about it.
Okay.
Like that. I don't know, if I had told him anything, he would have probably just told me to just tell him right away.
I think you're right.
Like, he would have still loved me either way, but he would have told me you need to tell him, like, right now.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't think I was going to be there for 14 or however long it was, like 10 hours. I don't know if it was that day.
You were there a long time.
Yeah, but it was. He would have told me just to say, just to tell you.
Did you know walking in there that you were going to tell us? Or did you think?
I didn't. I mean, I knew there was a reason you brought me back in. I know, well, for the.
What'd you think about the polygraph?
That was horrible.
Why did you say
I
that?
don't know how you do that.
Why did you say that?
Because Tammy's a torturer.
I'm not.
No, like.
Tell me.
You answered. Oh, you asked me questions for like 3 or 4 hours beforehand, and then you do the polygraph, and it's like you just break down somebody's brain to where like.
Too
It's like
much or what?
Too much. Jello, and it's just like I know it's you guys have a job and you have a plan, and that's you executed it.
She's thorough, right? There's just no way to get out of there without the truth.
No, I mean I kind of knew like because right when he asked me about like Saturday night, when I told you about the walking, I was like, man, she was like going through her head. I was like, why?
Well, we did know. We found out about Nikki right before the polygraph.
I figured that out after with meeting with John and everybody that she had met with somebody from the CBI, like on the 14th or the 15th. I was just like, they were talking. Oh, okay. So you already knew. So, but
I mean, I didn't know how extensive it was, but yes, we knew.
yeah, I mean, walking in there that day, just walking into that room, I knew I wasn't walking out.
Yeah.
Just the feeling I had walking in that room.
Yeah.
Just seeing, I mean, I don't remember if the polygraph stuff was already in there. I think it was.
It was, yeah.
But it was, I knew it.
I just feel like sometimes when people, do the bad thing and they stay, like, some part of me thinks, well, I think they're here because they really want to tell us what happened. Because it's not normal that you want to keep all that in. Like, that just kills people on the inside. And I could tell it was killing you that day.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like that. The 13th, when I slept in the house, I did nothing. I don't think I slept maybe like 2 hours because I just finally just got so tired I just fell asleep. I had every light on. Nothing felt right.
What were you thinking about during your media interviews?
I didn't want to do it.
Why did you do it? Did you feel like you had to do it?
I felt like, they would have just kept knocking on my door until I answered it. And, like, I didn't even set it up, but, Nicole Atkinson set it up. She told me, hey, Fox
Is she the one who set it up?
She said Fox is going to be at your house at 10:30. Like, what? Like, okay. And, I think I even called you about it. Like, what do you recommend that I do? And he's like, it's kind of up to you. I'm like, okay. And I called one of her friends, what should I do? And she said, I probably wouldn't do it, but I just felt like, I don't even want to know what I didn't even set it up there because Michael Atkinson set it up. Some people said it told me, hey,
She the one who set it up?
She said, "Fox is at your house at 10:30." Like, what?
It didn't look good. I mean, obviously we can't say, oh, we knew right then he was lying, but I think we all watched it together and went, this might be bad.
Yeah, I mean,
I had that feeling after I watched it. So I could kind of see it in your face.
it's like I was just lying to more and more people, and it's just like
Do you have internet access here?
no.
Say, don't get into that trap, but put it in. Watch
What
all
trap? Oh.
that. The social media trap and all that.
No,
It's
they don't.
ridiculous.
They don't let you have social media. Or like, I think some of the GP guys are getting like these little like tablets or something. They're like the size of like a older iPhone or something.
Mm.
I think they can use like email. But I'm not sure about like social media. No, definitely no social media. But like, I'm not sure about internet or not. But this place is kind of like like dead on fire for phones, anyways. I would think.
I don't know. We're getting service, which is weird.
Yeah.
I didn't think we would.
It's right here.
Yeah, right in this room.
Maybe this is kind of like a hub of computers.
Yeah, that's
This
true.
is the spot.
Yeah. Computer room, you would hope they'd have some.
Did you talk to Nikki afterwards? After all this happened?
On the 13th. 13th and the 14th.
What was that conversation like?
It was the 13th. It was kind of like, it was more text and then maybe a phone call, like a phone call. And then she thought maybe Shannan like took off with the kids. Like just, because I was telling her I didn't know where they were and all that. And then the 14th, she kind of thought something may have happened because they hadn't come back.
Why do you say that she might have thought that?
Or, she kept asking me, like, some weird questions. Like, she kept asking, like, questions that only I would know, but she was testing to see if, like, it was actually me on the phone. Like,
What do you mean?
Like, she would ask, like, like, what's my dog's name? Or, like, what do I, like, what yoga studio do I go to? Or something like that. And just, like, I just answer, and then, like, another thing, like, I'm not sure if this is you. Just like, okay.
Is this through text or is this through calls?
Text.
Oh, okay. So she wasn't hearing your voice. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it possible she thought you'd been arrested and we were on the phone?
Either Shannan had my phone or somebody else had my phone. Or like maybe maybe she thought it was.
Well, hopefully Shannan would know all the answers to those questions, right?
No. This is Nikki asking me.
Yeah, but if she's asking you your name of your dog and what yoga studio and
Yeah.
like wouldn't
Well,
she know that?
maybe she thought maybe I was with Shannan. Now she was just trying to find out who she was.
Mm.
Yeah, like some of the conversation, like on the 14th, got a little weird. I think that's when she met with CBI or something, or FBI. I'm not sure who she met with first.
So she talked to you after she met with?
No.
Oh, she
That
did.
was like she had told me like this is the last time you'll probably hear from me. I'm going to stay at my friend Jim's place while this is all going on. She said not to contact her until this is done. She told me to delete everything, and I didn't delete everything. I was okay. I'm not sure why I didn't delete everything, but probably helped you guys out a little bit. But
She told you to delete everything?
delete all conversations.
Did she tell you why?
She just said delete it. Which I don't think you can ever delete a text message.
We're pretty good at getting deleted text messages.
Did when your dad came in, one of the first things you guys talked about, he said, kind of quietly, I cheated on her, I cheated on Shannan or something. Your dad didn't know until that time?
No, when I was in North Carolina on August 6th, when I spent most of the day with my parents and my sister and everybody, I had told them like something like, this, I don't think this is going to work. Like, with what happened with the nuts and everything, and they're not being able to see the kids, they're like, this is the first time they had talked to me. And pretty much.
Oh, because you went 3 weeks or something, right?
Yeah, because Shannan told me to call him while I was at the beach just to smooth everything out. Because she was like, "All right, whatever's going on in your head, you need to fix this." But she didn't want the kids to see him. She didn't want to see him. And then like when I did see him when I was sick, it was after I went and saw my grandmother. She's in a nursing home, and she still wouldn't go see my parents or any of that, even the kids. So I just told her to leave me there, and my dad could pick me up, and spent the whole day there. I just they were they said they want to see the kids. They just don't know if they could ever just forgive Shannan for everything that happened that day. I guess I'm not sure everything that was said that day when they had that argument, but apparently it was like a knockdown, drag out, bomb that went off in there.
Pretty hurtful things.
Yeah, I'm guessing so. And they just don't know if they could ever forgive her or not. And I just I never told them about cheating on her. They even asked me if there's somebody else.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
So they could kind of sense maybe something's going on.
Yeah, because Nikki was texting me the entire time I was over there.
Oh.
They could kind of see I was texting somebody, but it was maybe they kind of knew. Even when I was in San Diego talking to my friend Mark, I told him about Nikki, but I didn't tell him I was going to meet up with her.
Okay.
I told him that I was trying to I should have just told him right then. Maybe that would have helped me. I know maybe he had an instance where there was some girl coming after him, and she was engaged, and he ended up getting with her, and then they were together, and then she cheated on him.
Is this before he was married or during?
It was after.
Okay.
He could have helped me, but I just I never told him the whole thing. That it was a lot further along than I wanted it to be.
That's interesting to think about, right? Because Dad could have given you some good advice.
Yeah, everybody. Now this is my friend Mark.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. When I was in San Diego.
Oh, I got you.
So you think you told Mark about that, hoping that he maybe questioned you about it, or?
Well, I was because Mark, my best friend. I grew up with him since I was 8, 9 years old.
Yeah.
So I had been married before, and it didn't work out. I guess they were stationed together or something over in Korea, and I should have just came out with the whole story. I just told him there was this girl at work that I've been talking to, but I'm just distancing myself from her. Yeah. But that wasn't the case. Yeah. I was just letting it exponentially get worse. Right. If I had told him hey,
Yeah.
he would have been whoa, man, all right, take a step back and look.
Yeah. Right.
And don't fall into that trap, being you're going to be alone for 5 weeks. Right. And there's times I wish, maybe Shannan didn't have to go away for 5 weeks. Maybe we all just went for 1 week.
Yeah.
Nothing would have ever happened. Yeah. It's only, 5 weeks alone, that's the only reason really that was almost even allowed to happen.
There are quite a few people who would tell us and who do tell us you need to look into Nikki Kissinger. All the way from the extreme end of things being Nikki's the one who ordered the hit.
She was there. I'm in the basement.
She was there. So the extreme is she's the one who told Chris to do it. She's the real problem. All the way, that's the extreme side, and then all the way to, there were these texts where she was infatuated, she was in love, she was saying how good Chris was in the sack, and maybe we should look at her more. What would you say to those people?
She had her moments where I had to talk her off a ledge kind of deal.
What does that mean?
I guess after the fact, there was videos of her that she was recording herself because she was bipolar or something. I never do that, but it's and she would get worked up about nothing. She would just she came to my house once because I think it was July 4th. I didn't have to work that day, so I didn't get up at 4 o'clock and go home. Mm-hmm. And Shannan called me 10 times in a row, and I didn't hear it because I was sleeping. I was just and she was pissed. Shannan was pissed. And I called her outside, where are you at? I was I didn't have to work today. It's you called me at 5:30. It's the kids want to talk to you at 7:30. I'm I was sleeping. She's she just screw you. I don't know where you're at. And I went back inside. Told me I gotta go. And she was just okay, are you coming back? I'm probably not.
So wait a minute, you kind of lost me there. Were you at Nikki's place when
Yeah.
Shanann called you?
Yeah.
Okay, and so you were sleeping in her bed.
Yeah, because I wasn't going to work that day because
I gotcha.
I didn't have to that day. It was the first holiday I ever had off. And, Shanann was pissed and, kind of pissed Nikki off too that I left. But I think that's when I called Nikki later and she was like, she kind of realized that, she'd always be like, the second, she said second fiddle.
Sure.
And because that's how I would come back that day. Just, I don't want to be anywhere else when Shanann calls. She was already pissed. So it was stuff like that where she would go, she said she would go on like websites and look at like, will a relationship work with somebody? Like, will a mistress work? Will a mistress try to do a relationship?
That's what Nikki was looking at?
Yeah.
She would tell you that, or you
She
heard
told
that?
me that.
Okay.
Yeah, she said that she would go on websites and look at stuff like that. I was like, why do you even look at stuff like that? She's like, I just want to see what other people have experienced.
But so that confuses me though, because I thought earlier you were saying she thought you were heading toward a divorce. So why was she looking at herself as a mistress?
This was later on.
Oh.
Like,
okay.
In August, like
Okay.
first week of August, when I told her, like, I had that talk with her about separation.
Uh-huh.
That's when, like, she started looking at, like, apartments and stuff. But, like, during our July relationship type thing there,
Oh, I see.
that's when she was looking up, like, it would actually work.
Okay.
She told her friend Brittany about it, I guess, and Brittany told her not to do it, but she said she'd already made her decision.
Okay. And so, are those people absolutely wrong about Nikki? She wasn't asking you to get rid of your family?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. And no part of any of this was because she put it in your head or asked you to, or
No, she never. I mean, this whole relationship contributed to it,
sure.
but she didn't want me to.
I mean, was it ever like, I wish you didn't have kids. I want to have, kids of my own with you. Like,
She never knew if she wanted to have kids, but she said that, at one point she said, I'd like to give you a son.
did she know that Shanann was pregnant with a boy?
No.
Did she know Shanann was pregnant?
No.
And why is that? You just didn't tell her?
I didn't know, because we had met.
But Shanann put that on Facebook.
That's
Like, how did she not see
I
that?
don't know. Maybe she didn't. She just didn't wait for me to tell her, or she put it out of her head.
Can I ask you a question? A lot of people think you named Nico after Nikki. So what was that?
Nico was actually a name that Shanann liked.
Okay. Shanann thought of that one?
Yeah, I wanted to spell it like N-E-K-O. I thought it was like Nico that way.
Mm-hmm.
But she said N-I-C-O. I thought it was like Nico or something.
Okay.
I guess Nico is more of like an Italian name.
Yeah.
So, and like she did leave for, my middle name, my dad's and all that. But like Nico is like, that's a name that she always liked.
Okay.
Did she name all the kids? Did she name Bella and Celeste?
Yeah, Bella, because Italian means beautiful. Marie, mom's middle name. Celeste is her grandmother's name. Catherine's Shannan's middle name.
Did you have any input in their names?
I liked them. I was like, if we had a third child, I was gonna, maybe we could have like Lee in the middle name, but I knew like the girls' names. It was, I love those names, so I was like, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like with the, you have little nicknames for them, like Belle and Belladine and Cece, obviously. So it's good, but yeah, Nico was. Yeah, it was okay.
Can we go back to the house on the 13th? So, at one point, right when you got back there, Coonrod was there, Officer Coonrod, and Nicole was there. Mm-hmm. And then you went in the house in here for about a minute or so before you let everybody in. Do you remember what you were doing in there at that time?
So I went into the garage,
right,
and then I ran around and I opened the front door.
Yeah.
Opened the front door did everybody come in through the garage or the front door?
Everybody comes through the front door.
Yeah, so I came in, I went in through there, I came in and opened the front door, and I ran upstairs. I just I was looking around.
Okay. That's after everybody? Did you go around the house at all before you opened the front door?
No, I didn't run around. I stayed down on the bottom, on the bottom floor, and then went and opened the door.
Yeah, okay. Just curious.
And I ran upstairs and everybody else, and that's when Nicole's son on the phone, and I was going acting like it was walking through the house.
She didn't have her bra on. Was that normal that she would sleep in her bra?
Every once in a while. I mean, she just got home from the plane, so she didn't even take off her makeup or anything. Maybe she was just that tired. But normally, no.
Did it not come off when you guys had sex?
I don't think so. Sometimes she just, just keeps her shirt on and she doesn't want me to do anything. It's like, she wants what she wants. She knew what she wanted. That's what she wanted.
Was it just missionary sex?
Yep.
And when her final resting place, was that just naturally what she was wearing? You didn't change her or anything like that? Okay.
Did you have to see any of that stuff? Pictures or anything? No.
I asked not to.
Okay.
They said I could. I was like, no, I don't want. I've prayed for those hazmat workers that I'm sure it was hazmat, right? That had the.
They were part of it.
Yeah. And like,
We were all there.
We were all there.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I never wanted to see it. I just prayed for that. I'd rather have to be there. I never wanted to know what the aftermath was. They said, like, if this ever got like a preliminary hearing, that I would have to see him just to be prepared and not have a reaction, an initial reaction. But I was like, I don't want to see him.
Do you feel like your lawyers were fair to you? Yeah.
Yeah, they were my only human contact, really.
Yeah.
So they were kind of like, almost like a guidance counselor, almost.
Yeah. Did you feel like you were driving the bus, though? With your decisions you made?
Yeah,
or no?
I was like, there's a lot of things I didn't really know what was going on behind the scenes. Like,
Sure.
maybe there was a lot of things they never told me. Like, like stuff that came out, like, afterwards. Like, that whole Nikki Kessinger article and Denver Post and all that kind of stuff. They told me, like, afterwards and everything. But it was... I always felt like anything I was telling them, they were going to do. Like, the whole taking the plea deal and everything, I told them that's what I wanted to do. And they asked me, like, seems like 100 times, are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure? Like, once you sign this, like, I guess up until sentencing, I had the time to, like, back out. But, like, they always, even before we walked in the courtroom, like, are you sure? So, yeah, this is it. Like, okay. They never told me this is what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
They always just said, this is your decision. Like, if you want to take this farther, and John said he was ready. He had all kinds of motions written and all kinds of stuff that were, like, really creative, and because he'd never been in something like this before, and he was ready to fight. And I was just like, I didn't want you to have to do that. Not for me, not for something that the story isn't true.
Yeah.
Because it would just only gotten worse.
Right.
For everybody. For all three of you, for everybody that was involved in it.
Are you still glad you did?
Yeah, I mean, I never thought I'd be in prison the rest of my life, but, like, I don't want people to have to keep going through this every day of their lives, knowing that, there's a trial hanging over their head, or, I mean, if it ever got that far, I don't know. But, like, I didn't want people to have to relive it every day. Yeah. Did they have to ever see the pictures?
Say that again.
Did they have to ever see the pictures? Frank and Sandy and all that?
No. No, they've never seen it.
They saw some things.
They didn't see anything of that.
Okay.
Yeah, we shielded that from them.
That's one thing. I just didn't want them to have to see anything or hear anybody talk about any part of it. Or, like, anybody bashed their daughter, like, anybody to ruin, like, to hear what, some of my friends had a negative, impact on her, from her, or, like, had a description of her that dated that didn't match, you know, something like that. I didn't want them to hear that either. But, like, I didn't want them, like, you know, anybody have to trash her memory. Like, I wanted, like, them to know, like, she was a loving wife. She's beautiful. She always helped everybody else, all her friends, her Lucas friends, everybody. I just wanted, I didn't want anybody to take away from what she did.
I tried to get you to say that night. I know, but do you remember that?
I remember. I was just like,
I know you obviously weren't ready to say that then.
I know. It's like, you know, like after my dad left, we both came in like, all right, we got most of the story. Let's get to the true story. I was like, I just wanted to bang my head against the table.
In the end, I think you did the right thing. And even though it's hard to hear, there's a lot of people who thank you for what you did. You know, I think your whole life has been thinking of others, except for one brief moment. You know, I think you really did think of others when you made that choice. So I personally thank you, right? Because it would have been hard for the three of us to go through about this hard, and for everyone else about that hard, right?
Because anybody that was family or friends,
Right.
would have been, you know, just exponentially harder for everybody.
Yeah. I think you did the right thing.
So you haven't told your parents what happened? You just told them I'm pleading guilty for a reason?
I've told them, like, on the phone, even because they're still. I don't know,
You should fight it. You should get...
They've got letters from, like, Australia, from England. I mean, of, like, the 35C in Colorado and stuff, like, you know, improper counsel or something like that.
Ineffective counsel.
Ineffective counsel. And, I mean, some of the stuff they've, you know, they said about, you know, the dry patch, how it's not, like, FDA approved, how it can alter somebody's mind, like, there was some kind of condition, but there's something else they call, like, CPSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, or something like that. Have been, like, some people from England have had it. It's like they've been in an emotionally abusive relationship and stuff like that. I mean, just, like, you know, some of those subjects they put in there, like, yeah, I can relate to it, but, like, it doesn't make up for the fact what happened. But, like, they've got a lot of support. They've got a lot of hate mail, a lot of phone calls, a lot of, like, you know, stuff like that. I wish they never happened. But they, you know, they get us some support, which is good. But on the phone, they still think, you know, there's a chance that I could get out.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to ever think your kid's going away forever. Like,
You
don't want to fathom that.
They tell me to fight it, like, you know, they don't, not every day, but on their bad days, they'll get a bad message or a bad letter, and then I'll just come her back.
Is it more your mom or your dad?
My mom, she loses a lot.
Yeah.
On the phone, my dad's usually trying to, you know, like, hey, don't talk about this stuff on the phone with him. Because it's just going to rile you up, and it's going to make him go back to his cell, and he's going to just kind of think about that all night.
Right.
And that happens a lot.
Yeah.
Would you ever want them to know what you're telling us today?
I'd rather just tell them myself.
Yeah.
So they're coming. I think they're going to try to make a visit in, like, May or so.
So they don't, do they still think that Shannan killed the girls?
They still believe that, even though I told them I pled guilty for a reason, but they think that I was, their words, like, railroaded by illegal.
Yeah.
Because they, you know, they felt like they pressured me to do it.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that?
No.
No.
They asked me plenty of times. This is like, you know, they wanted to fight. Like, if I said fight, they would have just, you know, gone and
Throw on their gloves.
just went in there and did it. You know? Yeah, it's like, no, I can't have you do that.
So, Chris, you care about others deeply. I can tell. You worry about others. And I've asked you, you know, a bunch of times today, but you're not just telling us that you did it because you feel bad for Shannan's memory. You did it? Okay.
I have to say, like, you know, after this was all over, you know, people would bring up, like, oh my gosh, I bet you're going to find out that Chris, you know, used to torture animals and, you know, all this stuff. You can imagine, like, you know, hearing that someone's capable of that. What have they done in their past? Those kinds of things. Can you think back to your past at all, like your childhood, and think about any other moments that maybe you felt this same rage? I mean, obviously you didn't do anything like that, but maybe felt that rage, and like what would have triggered that or anything like that?
Not really. I mean, I was always like somebody that tried to coax people down, not to like if somebody wanted to fight somebody else. I got in a fight like when I was in third grade, but it was like, we ripped each other's shirt, went away crying. It was like stupid. I was like, why did I do that? And like maybe that was like my only like bad thing I did in school. So I can't think of
Did you feel it on the inside, whether you didn't act it out? Like, did you feel like if someone bullied you at school or if someone whatever, like, would it still be inside you? Like, did you feel like that even though you didn't actually act on it?
Probably because I was always, I never really talked to many people. So people knew who I was, but they didn't really, I never really spoke to many people. That's why I never really had a girlfriend in high school. I was always kind of like just under the radar.
Did you feel like you had low self-esteem?
I won't say low self-esteem. It was just like I didn't want to be part of like a group or a clique. I just like, I had a couple friends and sat at the lunch table with them or sat out, they call it like the fish pond area, and just chilled out there. I didn't really want a whole lot of friends. It's kind of like just close knit. I just wasn't out there. I mean, like I said, people knew who I was, but it wasn't out of like it was popular or anything.
Mm-hmm. Can you attribute that to anything in your childhood? Why you were like
my
that?
sister was always the popular one.
Uh-huh.
She was more like my mom, like more like outgoing, and like me and my grandma would always sit outside in middle school waiting for her to come out and pick her up, and she'd always be the last one out because she'd talk to everybody in the hallway. And my grandma would always like, "Where's she at? Does she know we're waiting?" But I was just the opposite of her.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, sometimes you have kids that are like the same, and some of you have opposite. Me and my sister were completely opposite. Maybe I just drew on that I didn't want to be the popular one. I wanted to be just just a regular guy.
Mm-hmm.
So there was not really like bullying or like I remember. Nobody ever really came up to me or wanted to fight me or
Never got made fun of. Never.
No, I had braces and I had like a bowl cut for a while. I guess it could have made me fun.
I think most kids did.
The 80s and 90s are cool.
Like Jim Carrey cut with bowl on your head and just wave them around. But yeah, I don't think there was anything that would be pent up inside me
From childhood. I know you talked about your dad having an addiction when I was talking to you.
That was after I left. Left home.
Was it cocaine or something? Or
it was some type of powder. I'm not sure. I guess it was cocaine.
How do you think that affected you?
I don't think it affected me. Well, it did affect me, but it didn't like take like deep down. It didn't like really hurt as much as I thought it would. It was kind of weird because of my thing that my mom and my sister told me. Like when they talked to him about it, it didn't seem to register. Like I said, like he would just change subject. And like when I talked about it, he immediately changed subject. I was like, because they found like, cuts on his like CDs and stuff where he would like, separate it and stuff like that. Because he at a car dealership, you find guys that do that kind of stuff all the time, I guess. But he was just coping with like, I never came back home. And just before I met Shannan, and it was just.
Did you feel guilty that he's now using drugs because he never came back home, like he lost his kid?
No, I never really knew why he was doing it. After the fact, I knew it was because he was coping with that, but I never knew why he really actually turned to drugs. My mom thought he was having an affair because all this money was going somewhere else. Just for the drugs, but like I'm not myself. I never used drugs, so I always try to tell him like, hey, like what's going on? Like why do you need to use this? And just like you could use this for a whole lot better things. Just don't throw your life away. I mean, like because you can see in his face, like it's like eyes or like everything was getting like like the drugs through your face and like your skin was getting all loose and like he was losing a lot of weight.
Mm-hmm.
His nose was bleeding all the time and all kinds of stuff like that. And I just thought like, hey, you smoked like every day of your life since you were like 15 or 16. Like, I can't get you to stop that, but I can get you to stop this.
Right.
And he put it away, I guess, pretty quick after I talked to him about it.
You think you were closer to your dad than your mom?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always went to races together, and he always came to my sports, played for a couple school sports, right ball, all that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
Mom would come through sometimes, but my dad was always there. Yeah. Even if I wasn't playing, he'd just come there just in case I can't win in there.
Aww.
So that's cool.
Yeah. Well, I wondered if they hadn't visited because they weren't ready to visit, or if it was a money thing, or like
Visit
give
here?
the
Or,
time off.
Oh,
Yeah, you like
visit here?
Yeah, visit here.
Well, I just told him we can't go out in the snow, so it's kind of I don't want. It's
These
just,
roads are bad.
Yeah, it's I think it's like an hour from either Madison Airport, whichever
Yep.
way it is. I told him wait till springtime.
Good advice.
Yeah,
It's pretty brutal.
it was yesterday.
Do they have money to get here?
They sold my toolbox to get some money to come out here.
Okay.
So yeah, so they'll come out here they said April, but I was like, no, just maybe push it till June. They said they can have a blizzard out here in April
Yeah,
sometimes
yeah,
too.
like a late spring blizzard, yeah.
So lake effect stuff is crazy.
Yeah. And how are you doing mentally?
I mean, the first time I didn't know I was coming here. Obviously, when I was at DRDC,
They swooped you up, didn't they?
I was there a week. First day I got there, they put me through the ringer. I had 11 tests to do, like mental tests, reading, math, all kinds of stuff. Just to see where my IQ was, and then I just sat there the rest of the week. And then Sunday came along, and after dinner, they said, "All right, strip down and put this on." I'm like, okay, and then walked outside and put me in the van. I'm just good. I had no idea what was going on. And then we stopped in Sterling, which really freaked me out. I was just I don't want to do this, because I heard so many horror stories about that place. And they just stopped producing bathrooms, and we kept going.
In the prison? Do they use the bathroom at the prison?
Yeah, it was at the watchtower outside.
Oh.
And we went to Nebraska, sheriff's office there, and then another sheriff's office in Iowa. Use the bathroom, eat breakfast, and then got here. I asked him, I only talked to him once. I'm like, can you tell me, where we're going? Just a destination state? He was like, I don't know. So it was one of those transport vans, it was at just the middle where I was sitting there, and I could see out the window, and I could see they would put in an address each time. They had 4 sets of addresses to each one they had to go to. They just would never tell me where we were going to end up.
What did they say your IQ was?
And I was 140, 35 or something like that.
Is that high? I don't even know what.
That's good. That's above average.
Yeah. It was tipping back to high school for real.
Pain, artisticity, on all that stuff.
Yeah, there was a lot of word problems, a lot of geometry, a lot of patterns. If this was moved this way, and then it was a series of them. All right, what's this one going to be? Just a lot of stuff like that. But the further you got along, harder it got. I was just it's great. And it was they give you this little take that pen and take the little tube out in the middle. That's where you're using to fill in these little Scantron sheets and everything. I felt like I was in high school again.
Do you know how long you're going to be here? Neither do I, by the way. And do you know, are you going to get a job?
Since I'm staying here, since I've gotten staffed here, then you have to work.
Oh, so what's your job now?
I don't have one yet.
Okay.
They haven't moved me out of the acceptance and evaluation assessment and evaluation
Are you
process.
still in that phase? Okay. And how long will that take?
Well, right now, since I've been staffed here, I'm just waiting for them to move me over to a different unit.
And are you in Gen Pop right now?
No, I'm in a unit. There's 11 or 12 of us on there. There was 22 when I first got there, but they've been transferred to the other prisons around Wisconsin.
And what are the other guys like?
They're fine. The first time, I sat out and ate a breakfast or lunch with them, I was scared.
You're nervous here?
I was just this hasn't happened. Since this never happened.
Yeah.
Like I said, they locked the hallways down when I got moved to Colorado.
Yeah, well, I've heard that. Yeah.
So it was being next, right like this, eating next to somebody. I was just is he gonna take a spork and try to stab me or something or what? But it's totally different here. I mean, people know who I am, but they don't run at me or jump at me or apparently the guys that work here, they know that I guess other maxes are you lock down like 23, 22 hours a day
Oh, so then this isn't all right place to be.
for like other
Comparisons.
max guys.
Good.
They said it's the best max for the worst medium.
Oh,
Because if you're max, you're working, so you're out at your cell working, like if you're a clerk or if you're in the kitchen or if you're in the rec area, you're doing something.
okay.
But yeah, they said like if you get staffed here, it'll be best for you. Plus, they said it's not as like rowdy as some of the other places.
Oh, that's pretty intense.
Yeah. So like, I mean, I'm going to the GP area. I just don't know when.
And you think it'll be while you're here?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, they said like I guess it could take it takes a while to get moved from max to medium because in Colorado I was classified as minimum restrictive, but with the charges it would have been medium. But here it's automatically max.
And what are the other guys in for? Do you know?
They said most guys in here are for like gang snitches and sex offenders and mainly people that have 20 years or more.
So people who were in for a long time and who would otherwise have a pretty hard time at a jail.
Yeah.
For whatever they did,
Yeah.
whether it be snitching or
Yeah, like
children or.
yeah, or there's some people from other states here as well, and I guess there's a couple cops here too.
Okay.
Just things that happened, and they just don't think it'd be better. It'd be a lot better if they're here and not at another.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what kind of jobs are available? I mean,
Well, it's like they'll probably have me in the kitchen, or like that's where everybody starts out, like either washing dishes or like putting foods on the trays or helping pots and pans, something like that.
right.
But they have like libraries. They have like I think this is the PSU area, the psych area. So they'll have like different guys doing clerk stuff around here. I mean, they have over like 300 GP guys here that are like live here. So they have a job for every one of them.
Wow.
There's even a guy that shovels the sidewalks.
I think we saw him.
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to be that guy. Not here.
Do you go to therapy? Do you see a psychologist?
There's actually the one her name's like Javier or something like that. She seems like once a month. And she's actually from Aurora.
Really?
Yeah, it was weird. I walked in there, I saw a Bronco flag. I'm like, okay, who are you? But yeah, it's.
So does she give you therapy? Or?
No, she just like talks to me just to see if I need anything or if like if I need psych meds or if I need anything like that, which I've declined all that stuff. But most people in my unit have meds. That's
Just to have them, or do you think they need them?
Well, it's like a special management unit. Like they just put me on there to keep me away from GP. And like most people either like just have like some type of medication they're on.
But you don't take anything?
No. They just keep me in there until the security advisor says, he can get moved to GP down the hall.
What kind of stuff, like food and stuff, do you miss the most from the outside?
Food?
Yeah.
Well, I know from, my last time in North Carolina, Bojangles, that was really good. I don't know if you guys ever go to North Carolina or no?
Is that barbecue?
It's like this chicken and biscuits.
Mm.
And that barbecue place down the street from the PD.
Mm-hmm.
Forget what.
Smokehouse.
Yeah.
George Boys.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, the burn ends. I miss that. And just I miss Shanann's cooking. That's for sure. Like her spaghetti sauce and her fried pizza.
Yeah.
Fried pizza.
I don't think I've heard of that. What is
I've
that?
never heard of that.
So her mom has, or I think it was her mom, her grandmother, on her mom's side, had this this dough, homemade dough you can make, and just make up the dough, and she would make it up with Bella and Celeste sometimes, with like a little smaller one, but she would make the really big one, and then she would put it in the oven, the bottom oven, and let it sit there for a couple hours, not put it on or anything, just let it rise, and then once it's done, take it out, form it, throw the spaghetti sauce she has, and spread it around, and throw the mozzarella and pepperoni and put it on the oven 350. And
But what part of it is fried though?
well, they have some parts that you can put on the grill. You can put it on the stove too.
Okay.
It's really good. I mean, it's really thick.
Yeah.
So you got.
Apparently we need this from
Yeah.
Sandy.
I will work on that.
Yes. Write a note.
Yeah.
Are you able to stay out of trouble here?
Yeah.
Nobody's getting any fights. You're you're not getting written up for anything. You're not getting.
I try to keep a low profile here, so I don't want to. Because they say if you get like 2 contact reports, they'll ship you out if you work here.
To another location?
Yeah.
Oh, so then does that incentivize people keeping their nose down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I guess a couple guys got busted for having a cell phone.
Oh.
Like how they got it in.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Like that stuff just baffles my mind how that stuff gets to.
I mean, they wouldn't even let, like, if somebody sends me a letter and it has, like, like, someone sent me a Christmas card with glitter on it. They'll let me have it because it's glitter. Because, like, it's contraband. So, like, yeah, I don't know how people get cell phones and stuff in here.
So what do you do with all these letters that are coming into you?
Most of them, like, I just have, like, this. If somebody writes me once, I'll never write them. Just because I don't know, like, who they are, like, where they're from. I'll keep it. If it's like a weird letter, I'll shred it up, throw it away. If it's like a supportive letter, I'll keep it around, just like a supportive letter. And then like I've had some people like write me like a second and third time, but they've changed the way they talk, or like they've said different things. Like there's like this dude in like California that wrote me. He's a senior in high school and wrote me. He's like, okay, dude. I look at the name, like, okay, shred it up, threw it away. He wrote me again, like 2 weeks ago. Totally different. Like, never mentioned, like, his age, never mentioned his study, like, hey, like, I support you, I'm like, all this, like that. Like, if I didn't recognize his name, I would have known, like, he was just an 18-year-old kid, senior, trying to just, like, probably just get information. Trying to, because there's been, like, journalists and, like, other people, like you could kind of tell, like, they ask a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm.
But I tried to, like, take into effect who's writing me and, like, just not to respond. Like, I've responded to a few people just because, like, either my parents have talked to them on the outside and then I kind of know, okay, it's a real person.
Oh.
But, like, there's some people that, like, it seems like they're just trying, like, to get help for themselves, too. Like, some people ask, like, like just for spiritual advice.
They're asking for spiritual advice from you.
Yeah, like, if they're not asking about the case, I'll write them back. If they ask about the case, I don't write them back.
Yeah.
You think you'll be in love again? There's a lot of women out there that are in love with you.
No. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not the guy that's down the street or whatever it is. I've heard enough about that guy.
What have you heard about him?
The guy engaged over a letter?
He did, yeah.
That's pretty insane. But yeah, I don't see myself being in love ever again.
Do you have some ladies that are giving you a lot of, like, just telling you that they're in love with you and that kind of stuff?
Well, I've had a couple letters that have been like, I hear you get a lot of letters from lady friends that tell you all you need to know, and I'm like, I don't get those letters. Trust me. Like, there was one letter in Colorado, someone sent me a picture of them in a bikini, and then it's like went on from there. That was like the only letter I ever got. That was like that, but the press took it and just went with it.
Yeah.
Do you ever get requests from the press?
Mm-hmm.
And how does that work?
Just tear it up. Throw it away.
So are you personally are declining?
Well, I don't like kind of back.
Would they allow you to talk with them? Would they allow men here to talk with you?
I don't know. I guess some stations have asked to come in here and talk to me, but they have told them no.
Oh.
But I've gotten letters from Denver stations and whatnot wanting to talk to me. Mm-hmm. And then quotation marks off the record. I'm like, yeah, right. Anything I write.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep. So yeah, I just tear it up, throw it away.
Have you thought about, like, writing a book or anything like that?
No, that's nothing like that. My mom and dad have been sorry.
No, go ahead.
My mom and dad are saying maybe you should write down how you feel or how you've been dealing with this type thing. Just write it down, and that would be my story. But I'm just I'm not writing. That's not me. I mean, I've always had a really crazy imagination. So when I was a kid, I even convinced my teacher I went to Japan over the summer or to China or something. But she said, you should just write down, your story, how you've coped with this.
Why did you convince your teacher you had gone to another country?
It was just what you did over the summer. And I was like,
What's China? I start right. And she actually believed it. I was really convincing. So
Well, you're a smart dude.
yeah, it was. They like parent teacher conference. I said, "So how's China?" She, what? Nope.
So earlier you were talking about how this experience you're gonna want to help people. What do you mean by that?
So like there's a couple letters that I've gotten. Like this one girl, she's in like an abusive relationship, and she just can't find a relationship like with I never read the Bible before all this. Like in Weld County, I read it because
Right.
in the segregation hole there, it was like that was the only book I got. I was like, okay. I read it cover to cover, and I never thought I could, being how many pages were in the Bible, but it stuck with me, and like I've been reading it more and more here. Like I got a different version here. I just been reading it, just writing down like a couple scriptures a day, like to give my mom and dad. They've been like making a little journal and stuff like that. And my Uncle Johnny and his wife Martha, they're actually missionaries, and one of my cousins is actually as well, and they've been helping my mom and dad. And they looked at a couple of my letters, and they were amazed at how mature I've gotten with like the Bible and everything, the scripture. And it just like one gift that I did get was a good memory, as far as like being able to memorize stuff, right? And like that's what happened with cars and with the oil foot. I can memorize acronyms like that, and I've been memorizing a lot of different scripture. I can just kind of like help people that way. And just like there's been inmates that have left my unit and went to a different place and have written me just to ask like, can you give me a couple of scriptures to help me through this? Like, do you know of any? I can help somebody that way.
Yeah, that's good.
Do you get to go to school or anything?
They don't have ANOS programs here.
Oh, they don't.
It's a accept or evaluation prison, so they don't. I think this is when they have the sex offender class in here.
Mm.
That's the only thing they really have.
You can go to that?
No. No, I always ask, like, why do people go in there? And they're like, you don't want to go in that class.
You stay away from that class.
Like, okay. Yeah, that's the only thing they have here. But they have other, like, that's like the map of the prisons they have here.
Yeah, so looking at that earlier.
Oh, wow.
They have a lot here.
Yeah, like 3 right in this area.
Yep, they're down here. I was just amazed that one thing I did see out the window when there was like a neighborhood that's right next to the prison.
Yeah.
So just like, is
I
that
thought the same thing.
weird? Because like in Colorado, it seemed like they're all like out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
Right?
Sterling's in the middle of nowhere.
Yep.
Okay. Easy.
Well, we might take a little break right now.
Wow, that's
I think it's almost time for you to eat lunch.
Yeah.
Like 20 minutes.
felt like the polygraph. Everything just like I look up the time. I'm like, oh wow.
It's been 4 hours. Holy cow.
They might let us come back and talk to you.
Okay,
There might be a couple more things we want to go over. Is that something you're up for?
that's fine.
Okay. And then the other thing is, we might be back in a month and a year and 2 years if you're up for it. Now that's way down the road, but I guess maybe in the back of your mind, just think about that. And, I hope so far today's been all right for you.
Yeah, it's been. Honestly, when I walked in, I was just like, wait, I know these
Where do I
people.
know these guys?
I looked at you. I'm like that's not the site counselor. That's oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
They're Colorado people.
So that's past that A&E sergeant. I was like, all right, who am I meeting? It's not the A&E sergeant.
Yeah. So there's a possibility we might not make it back today. I just want to let you know, but we might. So we really appreciate you talking to us.
Thanks for coming. Total took me off guard. I had no idea. So that was it.
And again, this isn't it. Your case is over. It's closed. So that's not what today's about. We really appreciate it. You've done a lot of things really well, really good. Made a lot of good decisions. Obviously, we're here because of just one bad decision, but I think that you've taken steps to get past that. So we might come back after lunch if that's all right.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. Let me go see if I can grab somebody.
What you guys planning to?
I think I had the better drive.
I think you probably did. Yeah.
Mine was like 50 minutes. Theirs was like 2 hours.
Yeah,
It was snowing. It's pretty nasty
Lake
out there.
effect.
Yeah, the wind's blowing.
Not like wind like Colorado then.
It's a hell of a lot colder.
Yeah.
Well, and, yeah, the roads aren't getting cleared like they would get cleared in Colorado. I think they just have so much.
Yeah,
you
it
know,
just
that,
comes in and just dumps.
yeah.
Colorado just melts within a couple hours
Right.
here. Just, honestly, I haven't seen it melt here since I've
Well,
got
that's the thing. Everyone's
It's
houses are just piled, you know, like, oh, it's the next snow, and they just pile it on top. So it doesn't look like anything melts.
here. No.
It's just a problem. So
Yeah.
Okay.
do you guys go outside for rec or anything? Or
No, not when has to be over 50 degrees.
oh, so you won't be out for a while.
No, they have like a rec, like a little basketball court down the hall from where my unit is. So we get there about 5 days a week for like 40 minutes.
Nice.
So it's a good chance to just get out and just run around a little bit, just stretch your legs a little bit.
Yeah.
Any weights or anything you can use?
Yeah, there's some weights in there. We go with another unit, and they're it's the infirmary unit that goes with us, and most of them are like in wheelchairs and whatnot. So we kind of like I just let them do. I don't want to get in their way. Just like let them like there's like the pull downs and the lats and all that kind of row machine and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, but I think they have like a track or something like that you can run around. Once we go outside.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado, they let you go outside. Like, I never went outside, but like at the DRDC, they just said, "Do you want to go outside? Let you go outside. That's cold."
Buyer beware.
Like, hey, should I go eat more rec today? You're like, no. No, it's like 30 degrees outside. You can go outside if you want. Like, okay. But their version of rec was like they put you out in a little cage and let you like kind of walk around for a little bit.
Yeah.
At DRDC, it was a little different there.
If we don't want to come back, I just want to let you know I talked to your dad the other day,
Okay.
and just to get your property released to him.
Oh, that phone and stuff?
Yeah, your
Okay.
phone and what else?
Wallet.
Your wallet.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have some other things too. So, but I have to wait for the DA to release all that stuff and
Okay.
red tape crap. So.
Gotcha.
But then we'll send it off to him.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I know you wanted my phone, just that there was
Yeah.
a lot of pictures on there.
That's what he said.
I think I had that phone since like 2016, so there's a good amount on there.
Yeah.
And if we don't make it back today, it's going to be because of some of their scheduling. It's not that we don't want to talk to you some more.
That's fine.
There's more things we can talk about.
Okay.
But if we don't make it back, that's why.
Okay. Yeah, it's a holiday, so I figured they'd be pretty much open.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't see many people walking through the hallways and like came down here. Usually there's a ton.
Of visitors or what?
No, just a ton of people, just like workers walking up and down.
It seemed
I
pretty
see.
sparse.
Yeah, it did seem sparse, didn't it?
That's one thing I was shocked about when I walked around here. I was always used to seeing everybody in handcuffs walking around hallways.
Mm.
Here,
That is interesting, right? I thought the same thing. I couldn't tell who was who.
yeah, it's like
You can't necessarily
you
tell.
you see the red tag, it's like an inmate, but it's somebody else. It's somebody who works here.
Oh.
Or like somebody that's like actual civilian who works here.
So then you're not in shackles and handcuffs that often?
I haven't been since I got here.
You're kidding.
That's why I was amazed. I was like, when the guy took me in the hallway, I was like, anything? No, just keep walking.
Yeah.
That's my psychological was saying, this isn't max when she first got here. Like, no, it's just like max or something. It's just like, you know, if you want to act up, they'll
You'll
put you
abuse
in.
it. You'll earn those shackles back.
Oh yeah, they'll put you in handcuffs, take you to the hole,
Yeah.
and then they'll ship you out of here.
They have a solitary here.
Oh yeah, they'll strap you out to a bed.
Oh, yeah? Jeez.
Can't move.
A reminder. Yeah. Behave, right?
Yeah, it's like don't
Not that you need it,
don't
but-
pass food, don't pass anything that's not yours. Otherwise, you're gonna.
Do you get to buy like commissary and stuff?
It's different here. It's like a bubble sheet instead of like Colorado was like a little touch screen you do.
Uh-huh.
But here's like a little Scantron. You send it off to like Missouri, and it's the same company, but it just takes longer to get here. Yeah, it's
Like what kind of stuff can you buy?
like ramen soup and peanut butter and oatmeal, like lemonade mix, stuff like that. I usually just get the oatmeal and the ramen soup.
Do your parents put money in your books then?
Yeah, Yeah, I'm not sure how like that restitution stuff's going to work. I'm sure like that'll like whatever whoever sent the money on the canteen will probably like it'll take a little bit of it too.
Oh, yeah.
That's right, sir.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, thank you.
There it is. We came back.
How's it going?
How was lunch?
It was macaroni and cheese and a bun and some milk. So it was good.
Oh, that's not
It's milk with
bad.
everything.
Oh,
Yeah. So,
Chocolate milk or regular milk?
just regular milk.
Oh,
Chocolate milk's, I guess that's like, I don't know.
special,
That's
special.
special.
It is a holiday today, you know that.
I know. But I think they had chocolate milk on Christmas a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got milk with everything here. Obviously, you know, the state. So
Lot of dairy.
the dairy state.
yeah. So they got cheese with a lot of stuff too. So
Macaroni cheese.
Well, we brought you some non-lactose Powerade if you'd like it.
seriously?
Yeah, all yours.
Wow. Thank you. That's cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. So we don't want to take you, all day, and we really do appreciate being able to sit down and talk with us. There's a few things we want to kind of clear up, wrap up, and then if you have any questions for us, that'd be fine too. Don't want to forget. Did you want to talk about Ronnie real quick or no?
I talked to your dad when we were at lunch.
Oh, okay.
And a couple things we talked about, your property and, waiting on the DA's office. But then the reason he called was Dave Cohen.
It's going. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to go pick up some of your personal items out of the house
Okay.
today. So,
Okay.
yeah, so I'll let you know that.
Okay.
We didn't tell him anything about what we talked
No,
about.
he doesn't
Oh,
know.
okay.
Yeah,
He doesn't even know we're here.
Oh, okay.
no.
He just lives like around the corner from me, so
Right.
that'd be good.
Yeah. So a lot of times when anybody goes over there, they usually call just so I can give everybody a heads up. That way, I won't have an issue. Neighbors calling and say, somebody's getting into the house.
Okay.
So that's how we do that.
Okay. Has anybody been like checking on the house, making sure like pipes haven't broken and all that kind of stuff?
Water's off.
Okay, good.
I do know that.
I was worried about like sprinkling and all that stuff. Everything I usually blow them out and all that kind of stuff.
Right,
but I
right.
figured
Yeah,
I
the
don't know if
water,
anybody was actually going through it or watching it or anything.
the water's been off for a while. I do know that. The power's still on there.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
So, fortunately, unfortunately, I don't know how you want to look at it, but we need to get a tiny bit more into the weeds and into the mechanics of the time that you showed up at the house when Officer Coonrod was there,
Okay.
till the time when we were all done talking.
Okay.
So that includes at the house, that includes at the oil site, and everything.
Okay.
And part of the reason we need to get into that is, I mentioned before how we're just really want to get into the mindset of what happened. And you can imagine this is really important for us in the future when we're talking to a guy that's in your position to say, this isn't really a monster. This is more like a Chris Watts. And boy, we remember with Chris, had we asked this or had we done this, we really could have been better. And so that's why we want to get into the mechanics of it a little bit more with you. And that's going to mean exactly how, exactly when, where were you, what was, Shannan wearing or all of that, right? So we really just need for you to take a deep breath and get into it with us. And would it be all right if we ask you some specific questions? Okay. So one of the first things we want to talk about was when you came home. So this is after they had passed, and you came home and met with Officer Coonrod. One of the first things we see on the video is you walking into the garage and then into the Shannan's car. Remember what that was about?
In your car?
Yeah, like I think you opened the door or something.
Yeah, you opened the passenger door, and it looks like you were looking for something, or maybe you picked something up. Do you recall what that was?
Not that I'm aware of. Not looking for anything, but maybe just opening the car door to see if seats are. Because I think he was saying, I think I see the car seat still in there.
Yeah.
Something like that. And I was,
Okay.
when I opened up the door, I looked in just it's like the first reaction of whatever, everybody's just waiting, pretty much waiting to get in the house.
Right. Okay.
So I wasn't looking for anything as far as specific or anything, but I was just, I don't know, just reaction going in there, and I know everybody's there. I don't know what's going to happen when they get in the house.
You just out of nervousness, maybe?
Yeah, I think a lot of it was out of nervousness.
Sure. Okay.
And then backing up a tiny bit, I jumped forward too far. So she comes home at 2 a.m. She gets into bed. When you guys had sex together, was that pretty quickly after she came home?
I think it was around 2:30 because I felt like she'd be in bed for a little while.
A little bit. Okay. And forgive me, it's not a pervy thing, but she woke you up.
Yeah, she was just. I could feel like a hand was on me, rubbing my leg or my chest or something like that.
And then that was, signal it's go time type thing.
Pretty much, she was like, yeah.
Okay, I get it. And then that was maybe a half an hour after.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, is there any talking, or was it just kind of
Just
quiet in the middle of the night?
Yeah. Just I just felt her hand around me. I'm just like, what?
Time to go.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That's funny. All right. Then a couple hours of sleep. Alarm goes off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is, so then there was some talking, and then how did you get on top of her? How did that happen?
It's like when I got into bed, because she was laying, when she was sleeping, she was laying face down, which she really never does.
Okay.
And I just got into bed and I kind of nudged her, and then she kind of rolled over, and then I was just right there on top of her.
Okay. And so that was after you'd gotten ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you go down, you make your food.
Oh yeah, I got cottage cheese and other couple things that I made my food that day.
Okay. And then, so we talked a little bit earlier today about, there was all of these things playing in your mind where you just didn't even want to go another second without having this conversation or without some sort of completion, right? Mm-hmm. And then so you come back, she's asleep, and then you just kind of nudge her?
Yeah, I just kind of hey, look up for a second.
And was there nudge talk for 20 minutes, or was it just nudge and then all of a sudden you're on top of her?
No, she's pretty much on top.
Okay, so that happened pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's how we kind of pretty much talked.
Okay.
I was just right there.
And was there talking?
Yeah.
Okay, and so a nudge, a talk, she's laying down and you're standing up?
I crawled back. I got on my side of the bed.
Uh-huh.
And I just nudged her like that.
Oh, okay. And then you're talking while you're on top of her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That seems confusing to me. Is that actually what happened? Okay. And so...
But she was fine, just laying there, you trying to talk to her while you're on top of her?
Maybe I thought we were going to have sex again or something.
Oh, okay. Okay. And how long did you talk?
About 15, 20 minutes.
Really? In that position? Okay. And was there any sex?
No.
Okay.
Maybe I'm basically from the position that we're in. Maybe she thought I'd try to go again. I don't know.
Okay. And I don't want to harp on it too much, but I'm just trying to think, if my wife's 4 months pregnant and it's 5 o'clock in the morning and I want to talk and I want to get on top of her, that's just not going to fly. So that's why I'm confused. So, is that really what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. And then talk for about 15 minutes and then it's heated and then your hands are on her neck. Okay. All right.
What did the talk consist of?
Basically, just about how at first it was more of the selling the house type of thing, or not going to Aspen, or trying to maybe go in at a different time, and then it just switched all to the I don't feel like I'm in love with you anymore, not compatible. Went to that, and that's when I got to the heated part of it.
Okay.
Did she ever say at some point, get off me or anything like that?
At the end,
Yeah.
that's what she said. I don't want you to feel because where I was kind of she didn't want me to sit down or hurt the baby or anything like that.
Did she accuse you of cheating at that point?
Mm-hmm.
So what'd she say?
She's like, I knew there was somebody else. I knew there was somebody else. I didn't come out to say, you know, that there is somebody else, but she obviously already knew.
Then your response to that was what? Did she say, no, there's not? Did you deny it?
I just denied it, but I mean, at that point, that always, because when she would accuse me at the beach, it was a lot like, there's nobody else, there's nobody else, or like, and when we got back home, she always like said, there's got to be somebody else, because she'd always talk to her friends like Christina or somebody on text messaging. And they'd always say, there's got to be somebody else. If he's not wanting to sleep with you, like he's getting it from somewhere else. And there's nowhere else. I mean, she couldn't really say that I would get anywhere else because I was using those $100 gift cards. So it's kind of like, she just made me getting distant. But she knew, and that's mainly the reason why I talked to her, because I knew, like, after that night, it was just like, it felt like, I just felt guilty, more guilty than ever before.
Yeah. And then it seems to me, and sorry, I had a lot of thoughts here. So we know what happened, and we can talk about it today kind of openly. And that's what we need from you, is to just kind of say, I know it sounds bad, or I know this, or I know I feel this way, but physically this is exactly what happened. So if you could tell us that, it seems then that it would have had to have been a pretty quick transition from two people talking to this, right? Is that what happened?
Yeah, it was like, I don't want to, like, trying to think of the last things we were talking about, but it was, I don't feel like I love you anymore. And then she's like, you're never going to see the kiss.
Oh, that's perfect, Chris. That's exactly what we need. Okay. And I know it's hard to walk through that again, but that's exactly what we need. So then, as soon as she started talking like that, then it was on. Okay.
But it was you saying that you didn't love her. Is that right? Okay.
And her saying you're never going to see the kids. Okay. I can imagine how that made you feel. I'm sorry.
It did more than what it did.
Yeah. And then the fact that she didn't scratch at you or anything, is that just because it was so powerful?
I don't think it, I mean, it didn't feel like, I've never done that before, put my hands around anybody before, so I don't even know what kind of force I was putting on her neck.
Okay.
Like I said, 2 to 4 minutes, I don't know if that was 2 to 4 minutes.
Did you cover her face at all during that time?
Both hands on the neck. Okay. And so if it's done right, I mean, that can be a matter of seconds before someone on their carotid loses oxygen to their brain and it's out, right? Did it seem like it was that quick, or? Okay. Maybe a minute, maybe 2? Okay. Screaming? Okay. All right. Did you see eyes go bloodshot or anything like that? Okay. Okay. And
You
then,
kept talking about the mascara. Did you see mascara on her face?
It looked like it was like, that's what I attributed it to.
Was she crying? Is that why? At what point did she start crying?
When I'm talking about the relationship, about not being compatible. And when she's talking about there's somebody else, that's where she started crying. That's where I thought, it was mascara. Mm-hmm. I didn't know if it was it.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Was there a pillow or something you were wanting to ask?
Yeah, so was there ever at any time a pillow or the sheet or anything involved in like that on her face specifically? No?
Like the sheet, I kind of wrapped around to get downstairs or something like that.
The one that was at the site? Okay. And then the other sheets, they were in the trash. At what point did you put those in there?
I think that was...
Obviously after I was in the house.
Yeah. I think it was probably the next day or so. I think it, like, I don't know. I'm not sure, like, what happened. This is hard to talk about, like, when you strangle someone out, like, sometimes I guess they use the bathroom.
Yeah.
So it was like, I think that's one of the major reasons why, because I think that had happened.
oh, okay. Okay.
You said she was sleeping face down at one point? Was her face in the pillow or was it turned to the side? How did that?
Kind of like on the side. She was kind of like a side sleeper, but she was more
more down than usual.
Okay.
But then she rolled completely onto her back when you started talking to her?
Now, as hard as that was, we do need to talk about the girls too, okay? All right, thank you. So with the girls, we talked about how they got into the truck with you and were alive. Okay. Are you 100% sure that's true? Okay.
Can we ask, go back just a second? You talked about before that Bella walked in, though, to the bedroom. Can you tell us about that before you left?
Yeah, I was just getting the sheet off the bed, and she had walked in, and she had her little pink blanket with her. She was like, what's wrong? Something on me.
And where was Shannan at that point?
Not just pretty much on the bed, but she was face down.
Wrapped in the sheet? What'd you say?
I just said, she didn't feel good. That's why I tried to carry her downstairs.
Shanann?
Did you carry her like this? Did you drag her? Or how did you do it?
Tempted to pick her up and pick her up and take her down, but I lost grip after a little while and just had to pull.
Did Bella see you do that? What was Bella saying?
She started crying a little bit. She said, "What's wrong with Mom?"
And what'd you say that time?
I said, It's just feel good. She's a smart girl. She didn't know what was going on there.
Mm-hmm. Did she ever touch Shanann? Try to wake her up or anything? No.
She didn't want to see her or ask to see her or anything. And so that initial time, did she see you put Shanann in the truck? So she was kind of following you? Okay. So she followed you and you put Shanann in the truck. Okay. And then what?
Cece wasn't up yet. She was just in her room. She was getting ready to get out of her bed. And then they were just walking around the house. I was with my lunchbox and stuff in the truck, and then grabbed the kids and I put them in the bed sheet in the back.
Okay. And so Shanann, is she kind of on the floor in the back? And they're just on the bench? Okay. And both alive at that point? Okay. Is there any reason you would feel uncomfortable to tell me that they were not alive at that point?
Okay. Wasn't it a video or anything?
It's hard to see. Okay. And I believe you. I'm just, I'm trying to make sure that I'm giving you all the opportunities to be comfortable enough to tell me exactly. Okay.
They were really.
Okay.
Trust me, I hear that every day when Bella was talking to me at the site.
Oh, really? What do you mean?
When she said, "Daddy, no." When we were driving to the site, she said, "Daddy, it smells."
Oh, okay. So that goes back to maybe Shanann evacuating herself.
I don't know if it was that. That smell like a skunk maybe sometimes.
Oh,
So I got some kind of smell that way, but I don't know what that was from.
and was that maybe outside the truck or was that in?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. What did you guys talk about on the way out?
They were pretty quiet. They just laid next to each other.
Okay.
Maybe Bella in her lap and Cece in her lap, just back and forth.
Oh, okay. Just trading off like little ones do. Okay. Were they awake?
I think one would kind of fall asleep, the other one, and Cece would kind of trade off back and forth.
Were they talking to you?
Just about, just saying, "Daddy, it smells."
Oh, okay.
It was early in the morning. They were showing up early.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you have to? So you didn't have to wake Cece up?
Now there's noise from trying to get Shanann downstairs.
Did she kind of fall down the stairs?
It was more like trying to get her down and from the steps, maybe her foot hit the next step kind of thing.
Oh.
They're light sleepers.
So then, once you get to the site, tell me what happens.
So I get to that one site and I get Shanann out to that. Go over to the part right off the site there.
Okay.
And the girls are still in the truck.
Did they ask you what you were doing, taking mommy out, or?
Yeah, I don't remember what I told them, but they did ask that.
What they say specifically?
It was more like, what are you doing to mommy?
Okay. And then is that when you buried her?
I didn't. I don't remember if I dug a hole there first, or they didn't watch me do that.
Okay. So then pulled Shannan out, and she's maybe just sitting there on top of the ground,
Yeah, like off to the side.
off to the side, close to where she ended up.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then the girls, right? Okay. You mentioned Bella was first. Cece was first. Okay. Where exactly was she when it happened?
In the back seat.
Okay. Was she just right next to Bella?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so, so once again, was it a hand over her face? Was it?
There was a blanket over in my hand.
And then your hand. Okay. And then so that just stopped her from breathing type thing? Okay. Did she struggle at all?
I don't think so, but I was blocking her face and my hand was right here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You had one hand here and one hand over her mouth?
And were you just pushing her against the back of the seat type thing? Okay. What was Bella doing?
She was sitting there next to it. She didn't know what was going on.
Okay. Could she see you? Okay. And then did that take a minute or two?
Nothing. I didn't have no concept of time at this
Okay.
point.
Okay. Tell me about what you were thinking.
I wasn't. If I was thinking it's what happened.
Yeah.
Or any partial hint of what I feel for those girls and what I feel for my wife, but none of this would have happened. So I wasn't thinking.
Okay. So she's in the back seat. Okay. And then once she's gone, then is it Bella next, or did you pull Cece out?
I pulled Cece out.
Okay, so once Cece's gone, Bella's still there in the car alive, and then you pulled Cece out. What'd you do with her? Okay. So she went into the tank, and Bella was still in the back of the truck alive. Okay. With regard to that tank, did you bring up Cece, put her down, open the hatch,
Brought her up, opened the hatch.
and then put her in? Okay. When we talked the very first time we met, when we were talking about this, it was a matter of just lowering her down. Okay, and so she went in feet first. Okay. Was she able to fit pretty well? Was it snug?
I think so.
Okay. Did you have to move her around a little bit and get her in there?
I think so.
Okay. All
But
right.
no, I didn't have to hit her
Okay.
something like that.
It's not like you stomped her in.
No.
Okay. And then close the hatch.
Yes.
Okay. And then went down to Bella. Tell me what happened there.
She said what happened to Cece. Where she asked it was the same thing, the exact same thing that happened to me as Cece.
Did she ask you that? Okay. So Bella's pretty smart. How does she sound when she asks you that, Chris?
She had that soft voice she always had.
Yeah. And what exactly did she say?
She said it's the same thing that happened to me as Cece. And then I said, I don't remember what I said.
Okay.
I don't know if I just said yes like a horrible person, or if I just put that blanket over her too and did the same thing.
Same blanket, same way?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She said, no, Daddy. That's the last thing she said.
Did she say no, Daddy, please, no, Daddy type thing? Did she say don't do it?
She said, no, Daddy.
Okay. Same way, hand on neck, hand over mouth, or hand over blanket, which is over mouth. Did that take a couple minutes?
Feel like it.
Okay. Then what?
I just know she had a couple spots over her eye or something, and I picked her up. Same thing.
then we talked a little bit earlier today about it. You don't remember why a different tank? Okay. And there was no reason?
They're both same tanks. There's just like, I don't know why I did two different things.
Okay. There's one, I never got up there. Does one catwalk lead to both?
Oil can go into either tank.
Okay. But if you go up one set of ladders, does that eventually indicate you both?
It's one catwalk.
Okay. Now, Bella was a little bit bigger. Was she harder to get in?
It felt like it a little bit.
Okay. And so was it a matter of just kind of maneuvering her? All right. So then they're both in there. Is there any reason to think they were alive when they fell in? Okay. You're pretty sure? Okay. So once that's done, then what?
Go over to Shannan, clear away some leads and dig a hole.
Okay. Did you have a shovel?
Yeah, we have a shovel, a rake, and a weed whacker as part of our tools.
With that rake, if I remember right, it was
Part of it just sitting there because it was broken.
Oh, did it break as you were digging or something?
Now when I was like smoothing the ground over.
On this day, it broke when you were doing that? Okay. Was that after you were all done? And it seemed as though maybe the first people that got there saw it. Was it stuck in the ground?
I guess it was like, not like standing up, but it was like laying down.
Oh, okay. Were you planning on coming back?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think so.
At this point, then, this is just before then, in a couple of hours, you would make it back home to see Officer Conrad. Okay. And so once she's buried, then
That's when people start showing up, I believe.
did you notice, was she cut or broken or bleeding in any way?
No, I mean, I know like the bloodshot eyes you were talking about. I noticed that at that point.
Okay.
Other than that, no.
Had she partially given birth?
No.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember. Remember, she had a shirt and think blue underwear on.
Okay.
That's it.
And so at that point, she's okay. Thank you. I know that wasn't it.
Can you tell us about, obviously, when the district attorney got up and talked about Bella's injuries and stuff,
I didn't want to hear about that.
right? Can you tell us about that?
As far as like her biting her tongue,
And ripping her frenulum, which is that connective skin from your lip to your gum, it was gone. Her gums had it looked like a hole in them and the pathologist said it was from her obviously struggling to get away.
I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
Could it be that that's what happened?
So like, I didn't put my hand like over her, like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, it would have been just downward pressure on this area.
I didn't see any of that when I picked it back up. Like was it like her lip was like missing or something? Or?
Now, see the skin that connects that?
Yeah.
That was ripped. Like, it was gone. So it kind of made like a hole in her gum.
I'm just thinking maybe it's like, maybe like if her hand was head was like twisting back and forth, could that have done that?
Yeah.
I had a blanket open. I don't know. Like,
Did you feel her doing that thrashing or trying to get away?
I felt her head moving back and forth.
You did?
But I didn't know that had happened.
Could you tell if she was trying to yell or say anything? Or
The only thing was the daddy no, and then like some grunt here and there, and like trying to breathe.
mm-hmm.
During that time, do you remember getting phone calls from Nicole Atkinson?
After, I think, before she got to my house or after?
Just any time during that morning?
I think I didn't get one until I saw her on my doorbell camera.
And that was, 10 o'clock?
Yeah, it was right around there.
Okay. And And so at that time, had everything been done out at Survey 319?
Yeah, I was at a different site, was at a pumping unit.
Okay. So you went from there when it was all done. So girls are in the oil, Shannan's in the ground, and maybe a little bit of cleanup. Was there any questions we had about the sheets or any garbage cans or garbage sacks?
No, I think you
Okay.
answered those already.
All right. So then you went from that site to another site to work?
Yeah, because at that Survey 319, there was a little spill. That's where everybody showed up there, because that spill that was there. We're trying to figure out what happened.
Oh,
While you're on that subject, we back up. The night before, you had some text messaging about going out there. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, that was, I think, Friday that we had figured out there was a spill out there from, it's an old site. It's set up a little different. So what had happened was there was a downcomer, and then there's a side comer going into those oil tanks, and one of the downcomers is tied into a back pressure line that split, and every time it was dumping oil, it was split underground, and the oil was coming up out of the ground. And we decided just to go out there on Monday, because it was Friday, and he had switched it out, or either he shut it in or he switched lines, or he covered it up and see if it was going to come back or not.
Okay. Then it's more specifically, you text about how you would go out there and take
Yeah, I was
care
going
of
to
it.
take care of it for him, because I've gone out there plenty of times.
Okay.
I used, when another guy was out there, as far as another foreman, he showed me around out there a year or so ago, and I just got familiar with the place, and I just help him out.
okay. And so that was a genuine,
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah.
a pre-alibi.
No.
Because there's a lot of people that said that you wouldn't normally do that.
Normally help somebody?
No, a field, your position, not you specifically, but your position doesn't do that kind of stuff.
Well, that's the thing. When I was a rover and to a field coordinator, I still tried to do everything I used to do.
Okay.
So that's still I wasn't good at delegating stuff. I just used to just doing stuff on my own, or just taking care of it for somebody else.
Right.
I wasn't good at the whole hey, you go do this, you go do that, while I sit over here.
Well, you see what it looks like to us.
I know. It's
when they came up, we're
I know.
making plans to be out there, that day.
But that's not what it was. It
I
was
wasn't-
natural.
No.
Okay.
I was just going to help them.
So how long were you there? What time do you think you were done with the girls?
Hard to really tell. I think everybody started showing up there by around 7:45, 8 o'clock.
Okay. And then you were there. Did you see them to a different site?
Yeah, it's I think it was either the 1029 or the 629 or something like that.
And so how long were you at that site?
The rest of the day until I got called away.
So then you were there for at least a couple hours until you heard Nicole Atkinson on the doorbell.
Yeah.
And then I think there was even more time after that until you started coming home.
Yep.
And you got home at 2 something?
No, it's closer to 1:30
Okay.
around there.
So somewhere around, 9 o'clock-ish, all the way till 12:30 or 12 or 1 or something, and then you came home.
Yep.
Okay. There was a lot to do about coming home and listening to that Metallica song. Have you heard about that?
I've heard of a Metallica song that people have been, some of the same lyrics to it called Battery.
Do you remember doing that?
That was Nikki Kessinger. She liked the song, or she just wanted to know what it meant.
Oh.
So that's
Why you looked it up.
I just kind of looked at I didn't have the CD with me, so I didn't, I just kind of looked at the words.
And was that on the way home? Oh, that was just a different time?
That was a different time.
Okay, and so the media probably got a wind of
coincidence
that.
because it says battery.
Right, okay.
But it's it's more about like a family coinciding as a battery.
Okay.
Not hitting somebody.
Sure.
Why did Nikki want to know what it meant? How did that come
I
up?
don't know. It was kind of strange. She's very into different types of music, and music I never really thought I'd ever listen to. And she got me into a few things there as far as music was, but Battery was something that she asked me because I knew Metallica pretty well. She just wanted to know hey, what's this lyrics mean? And I just looked it up just to look at all the words together and just put it in my head again, and I did it. We just made something out of nothing. That's why it was strange. I got those lyrics in a letter.
Oh, so now does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, some specific lyrics to it.
Yeah.
Like that guy from California.
Oh, the kid?
Yeah.
The senior?
With regards to then when you get home, you and the officers, you know, saw what they saw. You mentioned that you took the ring off her finger. And then the book, did you throw that in the trash? Okay. There was another book, Body of Evidence. Does that sound familiar?
That you had in your cell.
A body of that Patricia Cornwell.
Maybe. Does that sound right?
Probably.
Did that in Mold County?
What was that about?
That was just one they gave me.
Who gave it to you?
The deputies.
Not your attorneys, or?
Oh no, they couldn't give me books.
Oh.
Any book that I had was given to me by their book cart that they had.
So you didn't ask for that book, or?
No, they just kind of give me like, hey, I read some Brad Thor books. He's like a military guy. And Patricia Cornwell, my grandma always read her books and thought it was, I mean, she loved those books. And I'm not sure if that was probably one of the first books, not the first book I read there, but probably the second book I read there. But it was like they gave me, here's 4 books, choose.
What other book did you read? Do you remember?
The first book they gave me when I was in Suicide Watch was, I don't know why, but Murder at Something. I was like, I looked at him and was like, that's the one we got. I'm like, okay. But
They handed you that book by itself, no other choices?
the next book I got, another guy that was, I guess they're overcrowded there. A guy was sleeping on a cot outside my door. He's like, here, try this one. It was one that was based like in the 1800s. It's more of like a situational book, like a time period book. So that was a little more calm. But that was the first book they gave me.
You don't remember what it was called? Murder at something?
Murder at the Truman Center?
Truman Center?
Yeah, I think it was, remember the Kennedy Center. I think it was written by Margaret Truman.
Did you read it?
Mm-hmm.
Was it good?
It was decent. And I'd never read a book in a long time, so it was different. But like some of the books they gave you, like when you're in the hold, I know you're not allowed to have books in there besides the Bible, but the counselors there let me have a couple books, and they just like, here's one to choose from. That's one they had. I told them like mystery books or something like that, and that's the ones.
It's kind of crazy they're giving them like murder books or mystery books.
You hope that it wasn't some sort of insult or, you can only hope. Okay. What do you think of yourself now?
I don't back when all this happened, when I was in Will County and everything, definitely didn't feel like myself anymore. Like when my attorneys would talk to me and talk to some of my friends and like some of the stuff they would say, like they would say good things, but I'm just thinking to myself, how could anybody even say those things about me now, being what happened? It's like people that I knew and that I never talked to again, that maybe I was like the roommate like back in the day or like went to school with or something like that. Now they're just going to say, that's, it's like Chris Watts, that's, a guy with the high school, that's the guy I like, did all this horrible stuff to his family. Now, I know I shouldn't really, take to heart what other people think about me so much. It's just a matter of what God thinks about me, what He thinks, what His opinion is, not anybody else's. Everybody's gonna have their opinion about everybody. Before I got in trouble, I was always the guy, hey, look, or judge somebody on TV, like that guy that's no orange junction, that guy that's that killed that guy that raped that guy, somebody, that guy's horrible. Now I'm and it's now, when we come out at 6 o'clock at night and there's something on the news, I try not to even pay attention to it. It's I don't want to be in that position where I'm judging somebody else, because that's, what people were doing to me. I don't want to be that person anymore, but just hope that I can, step back and kind of look at everything that I've done in my life, and then, up to that point, and just, I did some good things, but no matter of the most important thing, I screwed up the worst. I just hope I can at least maybe help somebody in the however much time I have left.
Was it your intent the whole time you were taking the girls out there that you were going to do that to them? Honestly,
It's like when I got there, I didn't think it was gonna, like you talking about the tanks or just.
yeah. Like, well, just
I mean, I just thought process and all this. None of this makes sense. That's why I know you guys keep asking these questions because it doesn't make sense to me.
but I guess I mean, like, did you? You could have done it before you guys left.
I don't.
And not had him, alive in the back seat. They could have been with Shannan in the back seat.
I didn't think about anything really, like as far as like how everything was going to happen. I don't know, like why it happened, like, why I left everything out there in the field, and why like all this stuff. Like just, none of this makes sense at all.
But to Tammy's point, did you think that they might be coming back, or did you know they wouldn't be coming back?
No, man, the whole trip out there. I mean, it was like I wasn't thinking. It was like. In my mind right now, I'm thinking back. I'm hoping that I wasn't coherent enough to make that decision to where I knew I was going to kill my girls. I'm just hoping that no father would ever want to do anything to hurt his blood and flesh, but I did that, and I just don't understand how it happened. So, I mean, I even read books that say, no dad would ever do anything to hurt his children. This happened. So I always think of myself like, was I even a dad at one point? I don't know. But it's just going to take a long, long time to guilt and everything to get this to.
Have you asked for forgiveness from God?
It just takes a long time for me to forgive myself. And that's one thing that's going to take a lot. So that they can one day forgive me too. Stay with
And I
you.
think you said earlier that you were so angry at Shannan or whatever that you were gonna, anyone in your path of destruction or whatever was gonna get it. Basically, kind of is what kind of made it sound like. I'm not saying that exactly right, but why were you so angry at Shannan?
I don't know if it was just because of separating me and my family, pretty much. Because, I mean, it happened at the wedding. Like, that's the reason they didn't come to the wedding. I mean, I blew up at my family to a point where I said some horrible things to them back in 2012 that I pretty much told my family that, I don't need them anymore. Because I said, I cussed my mom out. I did all this kind of stuff. I never thought, and I don't know if it was just like Shannon coaching me on to do it, or if it was just like rage that was like I'd never seen before. And then I don't know if it was just everything that happened in July, but I can't see my kids, and I'm not sure if they're ever going to go see them again. I don't know. And it was just like, I don't know if that had something to do with it, that something inside of me just triggered it, and then just like all that pent up from the wedding and everything, it's like a long fuse that finally just went to its end.
What happened in 2012?
There was my mom and Shannan, just like from when I proposed to her, it was at the beach, and from then on, it was just like she always went up to Shannan and was like, I didn't need a ring like that when I was your age. I didn't need all these fancy things when I was your age. And just kind of kept boiling over, and then they never agreed on anything. It was just like, we didn't really need their help to do anything. We just we'll just pay for it ourselves and all that kind of stuff. And, it was just back and forth. And I think maybe my mom just never thought she was good enough. she always thought she was hiding something from me.
She always thought Shannan was hiding something? Like what?
Stuff from her past, or like, you know.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So there's conflict at a barbecue when all the families got together. And the first, maybe a barbecue that Shannan put together for everybody to get to meet each other. Two families, if you call that. Like when you first started dating.
Oh. I remember we did have something like that, but I didn't remember like any kind of arguments at any place like that. I know like when I proposed to her, Shannan had her family come down to the beach too. They stayed at a separate house. But as far as like a barbecue right now, I don't remember one that was like that.
Way before then.
Yeah. I remember the time when I asked Frank it was okay if I had asked Shannan to marry her. I remember that little get together. I don't think.
So then what was the book at the wedding about?
It was just my mom and pretty much my sister just don't like her.
Oh.
They just thought, you know, that Shannan had taken me away from them and moved me out to Colorado.
Oh.
Because we were in Colorado when we flew back to get married.
Oh, okay.
Because we went to Colorado for Thanksgiving to visit some friends, and we decided to move out there like a couple months later.
Okay.
So that was like April. I moved out there April 2012. We got married in November 2012 in North Carolina. So they always thought I was just taking. She took me away out there. And
Was
then
there something with invitations or something? Your sister was supposed to send invitations.
Yeah, there was. Okay, now you're bringing some memories back. There's something to do with that, and then my sister wanted, you know, her kids. Oh, my sister wanted her kids to like the ring bearer and like something else, ring bearer and flower girl. And then Shannon, like, you know, she told her no, either Shannon told her no or Jamie backed out because of something else, and then it just like all blew up.
And is that pretty close to the wedding?
Yes. Yeah, within a couple weeks.
Did they go to the wedding, your family?
My grandma did.
But your parents and your sister did not go.
Ronnie wasn't there either?
Nobody was there. It was my grandma was there, and then like the dance when like, you know, the groom dances with his mom, like I was dancing with Mark's mom and my grandmother.
It's sad, isn't it? I mean, it all comes from a place of love, you know, them loving you and not wanting to get stolen. And
It was a great day. I mean, everybody was really happy. I mean, it's always just rang in the back of my head that they were never there. And every time they look at pictures, it's just like, oh, where's out there? Never knew if they actually were going to come anyways, but as far as like, you know, sometimes they'll just like, all right, we're just going to go just to be there. But they never knew if that was the case.
And so then when Tammy was asking, why were you so mad at Shannan? Was part of it just this whole family strife?
That's the only thing I can think of right now, because I mean, there's no other reason really to be mad at her. I mean, we took care of each other our whole 8 years, which is like a good relationship. I mean, it's just like, if I never met Nikki, would I ever have, you know, thought our relationship was bad? I would not.
Interesting.
That's one thing I always thought about. Like, even Nikki asked me, like, if, you know, she said, I don't want you to leave your wife just because of me. I'm just like, what do you mean? She said, well, just if you met me, like, would you have known? I'm like, oh. So I never thought I would have strayed away from her at all. Like, I've never tried to follow anybody, you know?
Right.
Was Shannan checking your phone, or
She always had my phone.
she was checking your phone? So how did you get past that?
I used my work phone.
To text? And you had some secret apps, right?
That was on my personal phone.
Were you using anything else to have contact with her?
I just texted her with my work phone. And like when Shannan and the kids went to North Carolina, she used my personal phone. And she just told me like to put the pictures in an app, and I just found that calculator. I just put, just searched on the app store, like hidden pictures, and this calculator app first popped up.
Like in your iCloud or your whatever isn't linked together, so she would know if you're getting at, downloading apps and stuff like that.
They used to be a long time ago, but when we got different phones, or when our phone contact list would be synced up from the cloud and stuff like that, I couldn't have she had tons of phone contacts. I just couldn't have all that, but it's still kind of linked up at one point. But as far as she asked me to get my own iCloud account, just to kind of free that up a little bit.
How about your Facebook account? You deleted that at some point. When did you do that? And why?
I think it got back August 7th. Went to work. I think it was probably August 8th. That's when Nikki told me she told her friends about me. And I just figured, they probably looked me up on Facebook and see that I was pregnant. If Nikki already knew probably already, but that's the reason why I did that.
Yeah.
Did you and Nikki ever fight?
Never fought, but like I said, I had to calm her down a bunch of times.
Yeah, you started to mention that when we were talking to you before about her getting upset about some video or something about being bipolar or.
Well, I think either my dad told me about that or John Walsh told me about she made a couple videos when she was just talking to herself, saying that she was bipolar or something like that. But a lot of the things was when she realized that she's the other person in the relationship, that I'd always put my wife first over her, and that's what kind of made her take a step back a few times, and then I had to kind of calm her down.
Tell me about those times. What'd that look like?
So the first one was probably around July 4th when I had to leave her house because she wanted to kind of spend most of the day together before she went to a baseball game or something. And when I had to leave, it kind of just made her kind of take a step back and wonder what she was doing. And I just told her hey, just because of what's going just because I had to leave doesn't mean you have to just take a step. I was comforting her at some point. I don't even know why I was doing it. Maybe I knew I was too far gone at that point, but it was.
Because this is Shannan's pissed. She's called you 10 times. You were sleeping because you had your day off.
Yeah.
And then you go outside to talk to her on the phone and then tell Nikki that you need to go home just in case she calls back and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what did she say to you, Nikki?
She was in the shower and she said, okay. And then that's when I was on talk about I calm her down, she's on the phone.
And was she we're breaking up, we're not gonna, I can't do this?
No, she said she didn't want to, she didn't think it was safe or it was good for us to see each other anymore that day, the rest of that day, just because of all that. And I'm okay, that's fine. And she asked me to come over later on after she got back from her baseball game.
And so you did that?
Mm-hmm.
So what was the second one like?
It was basically about the same thing. She was, I didn't really know it at one point, but I guess she had set up a couple dates with some eHarmony app or something, and they never showed up. And she'd already made plans with me, and
Wait, what do you mean? She set up dates when she had plans with you?
Yeah.
Why would she do that?
I guess she kind of figured out they weren't going to show up. She went, I guess when she went to the baseball game, they never showed up, and there was another one and never showed up either.
So she's actively dating other people?
I didn't know it until a couple weeks later.
How did you find out?
She told me.
What'd she say?
She it was one conversation where I actually kind of fell asleep on the couch, and then she had told me I'm not sure why she told me about it, but it was very random, and she could tell that it kind of took me back a little bit because I figured she would have told me that if she was actively still looking around. I mean, she didn't have to tell me, but I figured she would.
Do you think she told you though so that it would hurry you up and
make a decision?
You're making a decision?
It might have been, but she never had anybody that actually tried to fix things as far as hey,
I like where we're at as far as like the relationship goes, and actually like I did stuff for her around the house, around her little apartment, and like nobody's ever done that, and she thought it was different.
What about our male friend? Where does he stand with her? What's his name?
Jim?
Jim. Thank you.
He worked in the oil field, North Dakota, I believe, and I guess he's been a friend of hers for a long time, and it's kind of like a shoulder to cry on. There's always somebody that's always been around for her. And I guess he's had a couple girlfriends, and just I guess he's hadn't had much luck, I guess, in that department as far as like keeping girlfriends, and just him and Nikki have always been good friends.
Just platonic friends?
That's
as far as you know.
as much as I knew.
Yeah.
But I think they just been friends for a long time, especially up in oil field, North Dakota, or whatever he's working now. I think either Wyoming, they go all over the place.
When Sandy and Frank lived in the house for 15 months, what was that like?
It was, it was tough. You want me to wait or
No.
Okay. It was tough, because I mean, go from just me and Shannan and Bella and Cece to 2 other people, and then 4 dogs. Yeah, Onyx he's a terror, 100 pounds of this heat-seeking missile everywhere, and like it was cool having more people around, but like it was stressful.
Yeah.
Because with Shannan, like having 2 dominant personalities in the house, with her mom there, it was kind of like what her mom would tell her kind of how to raise the kids sometimes, or like, do this, do that, like whenever they were sick, she was like, all right, rub peroxide on their feet, they'll be fine. Just like, what? Okay. And, I wouldn't do it, and, saying would be like, just do that, it's okay. But like, it's just like little things like that, and it was like a clash every day.
Yeah.
It's kind of like every time I got home, I didn't know if Shannan was pissed or if she was okay. Because when they first got there, they didn't have a job yet, and so they're just around all the time. But then, like once they got jobs and stuff, like I think it was a little better for Shannan because they weren't around the house all day. But it was definitely stressful, just vacuuming like every other day.
Yeah.
And just cooking was great. That was awesome. But
She's a good cook.
I was always like because they were down in the basement, so I was always really trying to keep the girls upstairs while they were sleeping, so they're running around downstairs, and I didn't want them to wake up. And I know Frank always told me that waking up Sandy early is not good, so it was just just kind of like walking on eggshells a lot.
Yeah. It was stressful.
Yeah.
Yeah. You think that stressed your marriage with the time, or?
I mean, it was 16 months. It was 15,
16 months.
Yeah, it was a long time. I mean, it was great around the holiday times because they were already there, and all that was great.
Sure.
Yeah, it definitely. We never really had much alone time.
Yeah.
You always had to kind of plan it out. So.
Yeah. What was her purpose for living out there?
They just wanted to be close to the kids.
Okay.
Just because they're, we FaceTime a lot, but it's not the same as like.
All right.
With 2 kids, it's hard to fly back and forth. I mean, when they went back to North Carolina this past time, it was the first time Cece's been there. She was 3.
Yeah.
First time her brother ever met her.
So were they trying to move to Colorado permanently, or
They were thinking about it at that point in time.
Okay.
But Franklin stayed. He didn't want to leave. Sandy wanted to leave.
She wanted to go back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a matter of like they knew their house wasn't being taken care of, and they wanted to go back, and because they had to put their house up for sale for a little while, but never bought.
Mm. Okay.
What about your financial stresses?
Yeah, the bankruptcy was something I never thought was going to happen. I think that was back in like 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. But I never thought that was going to happen. And I never thought, a lot of it was from the wedding because they just put it all on credit cards.
Mm.
And so it was just, and then the doctor bills from like, endoscopies and just like girls seemed like they were sick like every month. It seemed like some type of ear infection, which to figure out was just like put the tubes in their ears and stuff. There was like different operations here, a couple overnight stays in the hospital for breathing and stuff like that. And so it was just, it all mounted up. I mean, I never thought it was that far gone, but
Was any of that from Shannon's neck surgery, or are those bills pretty well paid up?
Well, I think the bankruptcy never touched the medical part of it because you have to be like specify the medical part of it, medical bankruptcy, and then there's like regular bankruptcy.
Oh.
I don't think bankruptcy ever touches like student loans or medical stuff. You have to like be specific to that.
Okay.
But I think it just took away like a lot of the furniture that we had bought, and then a couple other things inside the house. Kind of alleviate a lot of the, it took, we had to make the house payment by phone every month, and I had to listen to the bankruptcy spiel like every time, and it's just like, I didn't know how long it was going to take. But apparently it was, once you're in bankruptcy, it's pretty much you never get out of it.
Yeah.
It seemed it felt like.
Weren't you guys behind on your mortgage? When I talked to you?
Earlier, it's like, December 2017, and then January, February, March 2018. That's when we took the 401k out, the loan out to pay for that.
How was it that you were spending so much money? What was it being spent?
Just, kids and just other bills that we had, and I knew the car was getting paid for by the bell. I never really asked. I didn't even have access to the bank account in my phone.
Oh.
So, I never really asked to see what it looked like how far, but I just know she'd call me and tell me, hey, can you pay the mortgage today? I'm like, yeah, cool. And that's from my little four-wheeler incident where I sold it without actually paying it off yet. And she thought, no, you're never touching the account ever. So I'm like, okay, that's cool with me. But I never saw the account or what was in there. I just hey, there's when I worked at Long Mile Ford, I got my check, I just brought it there.
Yeah.
So,
There was a hair care company, I think it's called Monat. Does that ring a bell? You know anything about that? Like maybe hair dye? I don't know. Looks like do you know she did like an auto order to that company and had stuff delivered for any kind of hair care product or hair care dye?
that's something. She had there's something like a little gift pack she had delivered once every month or once every 2 months. Had a different array of different products in it.
Don't remember where it's from. Okay.
It was we said Monet.
Monat, M-O-N-A-T.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well,
Okay. There was an order that was made, $251. That's why I asked if it was an auto order type thing.
it might have been an auto order.
Yeah,
It might have been something that I know that Nicole Atkinson, she's into all that stuff. Maybe Shannan got her. Maybe Shannan got her something, or maybe it was something she recommended.
Okay. How about the HOA thing? What happened there?
She was mailing to the wrong address. They changed her address, and she'd mailed to the wrong address for a year. And then we got a letter in the mail where we getting sued over it. We didn't pay our HOAs for a year, so we had to pay double for either a whole year or a couple months. That sucked.
What happened to all the money that she sent to the wrong address?
Don't know. I don't know. They said they wouldn't credit it or anything. I'm not even sure what the address was. She said it was just something that she didn't see. I was like, well, I wasn't gonna harp her about it because she did so much. So I was like, I'm not gonna say, what the heck are you doing? No,
Sure.
Don't need that to go up. I know she felt bad enough.
So, Chris, what do you think we could have done better? What could have made you tell us the truth that night? What did you need to hear from us that you didn't?
Not really. I'm not sure. sure what really goes to people's minds when they're in an interrogation room. When I was in there with you and Graham, I was just nervous. I knew I had done something wrong, and I knew you probably already knew or were going to find out. And it's just like, I've watched enough, like TV shows to kind of see like, okay, what's going to happen next type thing. Never knew if that's right, but I think it's just the horror of like knowing what you did and trying to tell somebody else what you did. That's what kept me from doing it, because I didn't even want to admit to myself that I had done anything. So I knew what I had done. I knew how bad, horrific it was. I knew how bad I was going to hurt other people. I just couldn't even admit to myself that I had done it. So I couldn't even tell my attorneys I did it until like 2 weeks later.
So were you trying to save us from the horror of
No,
it? Or
it was
what do
just
you
a
think?
matter of I couldn't admit to myself. How could I admit it to you?
So do you think any amount of us asking you things different ways would have helped? Or do you think anything would have helped?
I think if maybe you didn't ask about if Shannan hurt the kids, you would ask the other if something in that, a different order of question, maybe it would have came out a different way. Because that's the only reason I went for that story, is because that was...
Well, you weren't giving us anything
I know.
else. That was the problem. But
No.
So if we would have said, what do you think?
You would have said, I think you'd have probably had to, if the video didn't show them in the truck, you probably had to have lied and just said, we saw the kids in the truck. I hate to say you would have to, lie to get me to say what you wanted me to say, but it might have been that.
That we saw the kids in the truck?
When we were talking, there was a point where you just said, "Can I talk to my dad?" You just want to tell him first.
I just wanted to, tell him that, that I loved him and that it's probably the last time you're going to see me again, as far as, outside of a cell.
Yeah. You looking forward to it coming?
Yeah, because we're just talking on the phone, it's just totally different when you see him, see a face, It's like when we got on that little video conference in Love County, it was all I could do, just not to just break down on that phone. So it'll be good to see them
What do you get to do when they're here?
like this.
Like in a room like this with a
If
table?
there's a visiting center, like down in my unit, and I don't know what it looks like, but I know they said it's like tables. And it's pretty much they set up a time and get a couple hours.
That would be good.
Yeah, just in that little center, and I'm not sure what else is in there, but I just know there's tables. I think there's like vending machines and stuff like that. But it'll be good to see them, and fortunately they can't bring their phones in or anything, so I was hoping they could maybe show me a video or two, but I think they'll have for a picture. But they pretty much only let you come in with your ID. That's it.
Can they mail you still photos or anything like that?
Yep, they can do the still photo. This is sometimes they try to play a video over the phone for me. It's like, it's really like fuzzy and crackles a lot, so really can't hear anything.
Do you have any other questions for us, or do you ever wonder why they did this, or wonder why the investigation went this way? Or...
I think the first time I was brought in, I think it was like the 14th, I believe, when I met you that night. Mm-hmm. You told me there was a bunch of other people coming in for statements. Was that true?
Yeah.
There was a couple people.
Okay.
Yeah.
There were a lot.
There were a lot, actually, yeah.
Okay. So
We had a whole board's worth of people listed and agents out.
They didn't get the attention you got that night. But...
I just wish none of this had ever happened, honestly. It's like you guys could have never had to come to within, you guys never had to meet me or anything like that. none of it ever felt real. Especially like when they put me in that suicide watch cell, and last thing that one of those guys said was like, "Good luck." And just slammed the door, and I was kind of knew from then on that was it.
The deputy said that?
One of the guys, one like they call them the SOG guys, Special Operations Group in the Will County Jail.
Yeah.
That was it. Next morning, like when I got out to take a shower, I saw the newspaper and there was this big piece cut out of it. Just know what that was about, and that's kind of saw like my last name around. Like, oh, again,
If we came back to talk to you someday, would you be inclined to talk to us again?
they just took me off guard. I had no idea.
We didn't really want to tell you we were coming just because we didn't want you to have anxiety about us coming.
I would have had anxiety.
Yeah. So we figured the blitz attack was probably the best course today.
It's like the first time we met.
Right. Oh, you knew when you were meeting me.
I just did. Yeah, you just don't have all your props here today.
That's right. Store props, man. Those
Sophisticated equipment.
It is.
Right?
That's right. Sophisticated instrument.
I don't know that that's going to happen. We might not ever see each other again.
I
But
didn't think we would, honestly.
your experience is definitely interesting. You yourself are definitely interesting. We see things in you that we didn't expect to, and we don't see things in you that we expected to see. So it's very interesting to us, and it's. I hope you can take to heart that today was a lot about us learning how to do better, how to talk to people better, how to do investigations better.
I mean, like, I had never talked to a police officer before, or like FBI, CBI, anything like that. So that was all new to me. Like I said, everything that I've ever seen as far as the authorities have been on TV. So I didn't know like what to expect, especially when I got that interrogation room. It just felt like exactly what it looked like. Just like, you guys poke and prod and then leave. Come back in. It's like, give me time to stew. Give me time to think. And just like, it works. It just really just drills more questions into your own mind instead of just staying in the room and just asking questions all the time.
Mm-hmm. You liked it when we took breaks? Like, you think that worked on you?
I did.
So you were like watching videos with girls at one point. Do you remember that? Them giggling and laughing and...
Like when I was in the interrogation room?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
You don't?
I didn't. I thought you already had my phone at that point.
No, we didn't take your phone towards the end. Towards the end.
Okay.
That was weird for me.
It's like when you put that picture in front of me.
Yeah.
And that's what probably made me do it. I didn't have a signal in there, but that's like the videos I had on my phone. It was just like, I wish I had taken those videos out more often before all that happened. But that definitely got in my head a lot. I don't know where that picture was from because I've never seen that picture.
The one we showed you? Really?
I've never seen you in that dress before.
Really? We talked a lot about that dress.
Yeah.
Is that just
And you were
making
saying...
it up?
I never saw her in that dress.
You were even telling us when she last wore the dress
About
and
the boots.
the boots.
Not that dress.
Those are her favorite winter boots, and she wears
the
them all
winter
summer.
boots. Winter boots, yeah, but that white dress was a little different. I've never seen that picture.
No, because you talked about buttoning it up. You said, I remember because she just wore it the other day and I had to button up the back. And
That's been a different dress, but not that one.
Huh.
That picture, was that North Carolina or was that?
I don't know where the
Pulled
picture
it
came
off of
from.
Facebook, Shannon's Facebook.
So maybe it was while you weren't there or
Might have
something?
been, yeah.
Because you don't recall that, huh?
So there's a lot of pictures I guess I didn't see when they were in North Carolina that my parents have. Like especially like 4th of July and stuff, and I had like 4th of July dresses on and stuff like that I never saw.
Oh.
Some I had on my phone, but that white dress I never, like they were, like she was going to church or something. I just never saw that white dress. And Bella's little dress that she had. Her little awkward smile there in the back. Yeah, that definitely grabbed my head and did that.
when we had the picture out there for you? See, to us, it didn't feel like that because we
didn't
didn't
show
elicit any emotion.
I
Yeah.
don't show emotion that much. It's like my dad. It's like we don't show emotion. Like
Were you fighting it down, or were you just not a guy to show it?
most of the time, I'm not a guy to show it. Like I hold it in as much as I can, and like in my cell, I've cried a lot, obviously, but like I'm not really a guy to show it.
Okay.
I don't know. I try to hold it as much as I can.
You were a difficult guy to read, especially at the house that day. That makes total sense now.
I knew it was like because I was like in shock or just like disbelief or just like some people said I looked like I was a heartless, no soul person, soulless person. Mm-hmm. When they did like the TV interviews or something, I'm just like I'm just glad I never saw it. I don't even want to know what I looked like, what I sounded like.
But you were obviously feeling it then. You just weren't.
Yeah, just like
Showing
nothing registered at all. Everything was like just harbored deep down, and then like I think it was just one night when I was in my cell, it just all hit me all at one point. Not the fact that I was in jail, but the fact that like everybody was gone,
Right.
and none of it. I think if it was like like if something happens to your family, like in like an accident, like a car accident, or like something like horrible like that, it registers at one point. But if like you did it, I don't know if like it just doesn't register at one point. It's like in my head, it never registered.
Does it seem real now?
Oh, it feels real like every day. Like I see pictures, I just know like where they were at when they were doing that. When I first had like some type of hearing over the phone, and I heard like Frank and Sandy and Frankie and they were on the phone, and I forgot what kind of hearing it was. Something about like a probate hearing or something. I knew exactly where they were in the back. I heard the birds chirp. I knew they were on the back deck, and I just like walked back to my cell, just balled my eyes out because I knew exactly where they were. I knew how many times the girls were back there, and it's just weird how emotion is processed differently for me than everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like something like you said, if you lost your kids in the grocery store for 5 seconds, you'd be a mess,
Mm-hmm.
and then like for me, it'd be like, I'd be panicked, but I probably wouldn't cry. I'd be like looking around trying to find them, but it's just like, it just processed different for me. I never knew why. Never know why. I don't want to think I'm like a cold-hearted person. It's just a matter of just don't show it. Show the emotion as much as other people do. Even when, the girls left North Carolina, her Chan's brother, mom, and dad were all crying when they left. It's just kind of like, I never really saw my parents get like that when they left. It's kind of like, I don't know if it's like you're born that way.
Like your family doesn't show emotion like that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, my dad couldn't really speak at the sentencing hearing because he said he was kind of like, he said he was going to lose it. Like lose his emotions, like that really hit me. It's kind of like I never seen him like that,
like vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. But nobody's really ever seen me that way either. That's why maybe I just.
Was it ever like you're sissy if you're like that, or was it just something you just never did?
I never saw my dad cry, so maybe it's just something that was imprinted in my brain that maybe I should never cry. Maybe.
Was your mom like a loving mom, like a doting mom, and would give you affection and hugs and kisses? And
she'd always ask me what was going on. She said I was always hard to read. She never knew what was going on.
But did she still try and give you affection even growing up?
Yeah, she always. My sister was always a parent. It was always what was going on. She always just she's always open with me. It was always just closed off, and she always wanted to know what was going on, how I felt. I just no, okay. That's all I give her. Even if something was wrong, I would have probably never said anything because I just deal with it myself. But I don't know if that just growing up that way just kept me that way.
deal with things on your own, but then they build up so much that you can't deal with them, and they take a hold of you never thought in a way could take hold of you.
Do you think it was a result of just bottling up for so long?
Definitely.
What do you remember your dad saying at sentencing?
I remember there was a scripture, it was a 1 John 1-9, and then like a lot of it, their representatives said for him. My mom said a lot. My mom spoke, but everything my dad had written down, the person said. But he was talking about going to Little League games and races and stuff like that, going to being my coach and everything like that. So now I can experience the same type of joy doing that for my girls.
I remember your mom saying she loves you and she always will.
Yep.
That was pretty important to hear.
I think at the end she said, "I forgive you, son."
Yeah, that was big, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And your dad, when we came here today, we were just hoping and praying that you would take your dad's advice. Do you remember what he said? I hope if you ever get a chance to talk, you can talk about it.
Okay.
And I think that's what today was. Don't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's unexpected to be today.
Yeah.
So DA made some comments during that sentencing hearing about your emotions and having no emotions, or do you remember all that?
Yeah, just like, he lied to us from the start and a couple other things. I believe that's what he was saying.
What do you think? Do you think he was anywhere close to? What do you think of? What is your opinion of what he said in that?
I mean, it's going to be, taking all his evidence and putting it into the story that he wanted to convey. And like, if you don't know me, that's where you're gonna portray me. Like, if you take everything from August 13th to now, like, that's how people are gonna know. There's no other way people are gonna opinionate themselves about me just by what they see right there.
Right.
They're gonna say, okay, they look at the guy that did the interviews on the 14th, and they see, okay, that guy should be like, on his hands and knees, like crying his eyes out, and what's he doing? He's just like, he's just talking.
Right.
And they're just like, I know, and maybe got some information maybe from like her friend saying like he was cheating on her or something like that. He's a cold person. He was, trying to do this and that. It's like, they don't know me. That's always going to be their opinion about me. It's like, there was one church service, the only one I've been able to go to in here, and it said, "You're not defined by one moment in your life." And I think that's like, people are defining me by one moment in my life. They don't know like what happened before or what can happen later. So I just hope that, hopefully one day people can stop judging everybody. There's tons of people in here that, I don't even want to know what they did because I don't want to judge them. Like, like, I'm not that person. Like, they know what I did. I'm not going to ask them what they did.
Makes sense. You did show some emotion during that hearing. What part did you think you felt most emotional?
I felt when Frank was talking about, I didn't know what to expect when he first started talking, but he said I was the evil monster, and that rang in me, and he said I tossed him away like garbage, and that hurt. And when Sandy was talking about that video about Bella was calling me her hero, and that triggered it a lot there. And when Frankie was saying, like, I'll never be called uncle again, but you'll never be called a dad again. That really stung. But, when my parents got up there, just hearing my mom and dad talk, just like, they really couldn't look at me. They really couldn't look at me, but I just felt like, everything they said, saying that they forgive me and that, I'm still their son, no matter what.
Yep.
I know, like, even my attorneys told me, like, you need to show a little more emotion, because I guess first time I went to the courtroom, I didn't know what to expect. I was still like, new to everything, just in shock about what was going on. And like I said, I was just a cold person, just looking at it. So when I did the plea and at the sentencing hearing, it just all it felt was more real than anything.
I remember growing up, my pastor used to tell me it's better to be 1 foot out of hell facing heaven than 1 foot out of heaven facing hell.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's you. You've been to hell and now you're facing the right direction.
I definitely feel like I never knew I could have a relationship with God like I do now, but that's like the amazing grace with all of this, but I just wish nobody had to pay any kind of price for this.
Yeah.
I know there's a purpose for everybody. I just hope that I can find mine.
Well, I think you're seeking peace, right? That's good.
It's the only thing you really can do right now is to seek peace and pray that everybody can find it too.
Good.
For everybody that was involved, I mean, for all of you and just all your team and everybody, friends, anybody that was involved.
What do you want to happen with this information?
I mean, I know you're probably going to tell Frank and Sandy and Frankie, just kind of give them a little closure, right?
Yeah, I don't know how much I'm going to tell them. Obviously, you know Sandy better than I. She wants to know everything. But I'm going to digest a little bit before I talk to them about it. So I don't think there's any rush on that. And then, but other than that, I have no intention of talking to anybody outside of law enforcement. But what would you like to see happen with it?
I mean, I'd like to tell my parents, you know, when they get here, instead of like finding out anywhere else.
Yep.
So I know like they've been bombarded with information from like, you know, from the Amanda girl to the Trent guy to from like people going on Inside Edition saying they knew me or went out with me or had like whatever else with me. And it's like, I don't want them to think that it's like other like false information going out there because like people are getting hold of information like where did they get this information from type deal. You know? So,
Would you like to see those people charged?
you know, people take advantage of situations and you know they gotta honestly don't have to look into themselves and just figure out why they did it themselves. So I mean, I don't think charging them would help. I think they just need to work out whatever they got going on within themselves. I mean,
Did you ever have a profile on Tinder or anything like that? Any of those dating websites or anything?
no. I just had Facebook, I had Instagram. I didn't even know what the WhatsApp thing was called. That's when I was like, John.
You'd never heard of that?
No, I was just like, I don't even know what that is, man. This guy's fishing for something. So, sorry you had to waste your time and go out there and talk to him.
It was a big time waster.
It was a big waste of time.
Yeah. But you would not want to be listed as a victim in that case, as far as him being charged with like false reporting.
I mean, he's whoever's gonna try to get their 5 minutes, 50 minutes a day, whatever they want to do with this. I mean, that's on them. I mean, if he's willing to do that, then he needs to figure out what's going on with himself before, like, you know, I don't think charging him with something's going to fix that. So it'd just be a waste of time, I think.
Anything else before we send you away?
Um,
Don't be afraid to ask.
how things in Colorado now. I mean, since all this happened, everything's quiet now. Everything's cool. And
Well, we had another guy murder his fiance, girlfriend, whatever you want to call it. So that's made a lot of news too. I'm sure you've probably seen that on the news. No. So,
everything here is based. Well, I think the only thing here was like that Jamie Kloss thing. I don't know if you heard about that.
Oh, yes. We were just talking about that out front.
But the girl was kidnapped.
Yeah.
She escaped after like 90 days.
Yeah. That was crazy.
He'll probably come here. Or, like,
Yeah,
come
they
here.
said he's in some county jail. Is that right?
Yeah,
What should we say?
Brown,
Barron or something?
Yeah, so all I see here is like stuff I try to. It's like everything happened here. So I guess they deny there. Watch out. Sorry.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Do you mind if I take a picture of you just to show what you look like now? You just look so different then.
I just like
It's not going to go on social media or
Okay.
anything. It's just for like our own records.
okay,
Is that okay?
that's fine.
Were you asking him something? While I was
No.
sorry.
No, I was just going to say it's like the roads in the background scary enough. You know,
I know. When it's snowing, it's horrendous. I don't know.
might be ice racing. Actually.
Of ice racing?
Yeah, we had spikes on the tires then. So
Oh.
All right, Chris, we're going to let you get back to your day.
Okay.
Want to finish your drink?
Yes, they won't let me take that back. Yeah, I had to shave. They recommended I change my appearance at the RDC. So.
Why is that? Just so people didn't recognize you? Oh.
Yeah, I did. I just shaved it all off. And that razor, like I said, the razor they have here, it's like it's a single blade. So like I'm
A
like,
safety razor, right?
oh, it's more than it's just like it's more safety than actually a razor.
That's why it doesn't shave.
it's like a sharp rock. Or
Yeah, right.
Just imagine shaving the same spot for like 5 minutes, and then finally
something starts going.
it starts like warm it up or something. I don't know.
You'd probably be better just plucking them out. Oh, with your fingers or something.
That'll be more, everything here is for safety. So like, yeah, I think like once I get with the GP, I could have something different. So
Oh, that makes sense.
most of the guys in my unit can't have razors. So that's
Well, that makes you feel better, probably.
well, they
If
don't have
they're
to
not-
watch me. Other guys, they stand next to them while they shave. So that would be kind of weird.
Oh.
So, do they have any other jobs like if like fleet? Would you be able to go work fleet maintenance or anything like that?
I
Or
got
is
classed down to like a minimum,
that,
or like a low medium. They have guys who like run across the street to like a records building and work over there. I don't know, like they said it takes a while to get classed down from like maximum to medium.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure like if they've. I don't know if they'd ever take me to Colorado, or I don't know what their plan would be.
right?
I'm not sure if that happens or not.
Yeah. It's all pretty secretive, and then right up to the minute they do it.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
You guys gonna do exploring around here?
I don't think so. Everything's covered in snow. It's
There
freezing.
were some winds when we walked out.
You can go run a snow.
I'm nervous.
Sure. Okay. On that.
Other places?
So if you just said, I want to, do some more education stuff, would you get moved to another place, or is it totally up to them whether you can
It's totally
do
up
that?
to them. Because like I'm not sure how that gets paid for.
Right.
So like I'll just whatever they want me to do, that's what I'm gonna do. If they want to move back to Colorado, I'll be like, why? Why don't I move back to Colorado?
Oh, if they told you that,
Yeah.
you would question that?
Oh, like after a while, if I was here for a long time and then say, okay, since you leveled down, we'll move you back. I'm like what? But know how that would go.
Are you scared to level down now?
No, I mean it'd take years for that to happen, but like I don't know how it would be like in Colorado and the DOC there. The PSU counselor, she worked in DOC in Colorado and California. She said Colorado looks like California now.
Really?
She said bad out the gang violence. Everything.
I could see that.
Yeah, I can too. Definitely changing. Yeah, I think people in this part of the country are just different overall. It's really, we kind of talked about that earlier. Colorado's not like it used to be. And people here just seem to be nice.
I think a lot of transplants probably moving into Colorado from other states.
Yeah.
Probably affecting that. Because no, Dave Colon, he said they were moving to Florida just to get away from Colorado because it's
Oh, are
too
they?
changed.
Yeah.
It's just so expensive and
Everything's it's crazy.
mm-hmm.
Houses just keep going up and up. For any kind of like a half an acre of land, you're just going to pay insane amount of money. Here, I think it's a lot cheaper, but the pay is it's much lower, I think. Too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was doing a little reading on the area, and the median house price up here is like $116,000. I mean, you can't even buy a mailbox in Colorado for that.
No,
No,
P.O. box
that's
right
true.
there.
Yeah.
What a P.O. box in Colorado? $100,000.
That's,
I think I was reading like Pittsburgh, kind of like the same way. It's like what, like it's crazy to think about how much it varies from like state to state, city to city.
Pittsburgh expensive?
No, like
Inexpensive?
yeah, it's like
Really?
150,000 per house.
Yeah.
Like, like, geez. But deal with the weather and deal with all that kind of stuff
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason for that, right?
Like here, I guess you got like April to September. That's your only good months here. The rest of the time you're in your house.
Yeah, I don't think I could handle that. Unless you have snowmobiles.
I wouldn't even like that.
Can't do that every day, right?
You start using the snowmobile for necessity, that's a problem.
To
Right.
get to the store.
You got the license plate on the
Daily
snowmobile.
commuter.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Kind of walk around Titletown all the time. Mm.
Are they coming or?
Yeah, they just literally walked away with another person.
Oh, they did.
They got to get to the end of the wherever and come back.
This place is huge.
It's a long hallway.
So how far is your pod or wherever you're staying from here?
All the way down that side.
All the other way?
I think this is like the west side of the building here.
Mm.
I haven't gone much farther than this. Like all my stuff's always on the east side. But they got huge like pods. They'll have like 100 over 100 guys in them. So, but they move like 40 or 50 people out each day.
You have a cellmate, right?
No.
Oh, you don't have a cellmate?
Nope. When I go to GP, I buy a little.
Mhm.
I don't have one. Most of the cells in my unit are single cells. There's like 3 that are doubled up, but they don't have the overcrowding they have. The issue they had when I first got here.
That's what she was saying. There was like 400 extra inmates
Yeah.
that they ended up shipping out to different places. So
Yeah, I never knew what the assessment part of it was as far as like how many people they had coming in and out, but it was like people coming in and out everywhere.
mm-hmm.
So is it like a general supervision type thing like Will County is? Where you got like a big room with the pods on the top, or how's that?
No, it's like you have a sergeant desk at the front of it and then a hallway of like 20 cells. And
Okay.
they just kind of walk back and forth. The RDC was like, you have like a cul-de-sac of cells, 3 tiers, and then like the perch for the sergeant right here, you can see in everybody's cell just from looking around.
Right.
But this one's like they got to walk up and down. This used to be like a mental hospital or something. They said like back in the day.
Okay.
It's definitely old. You can hear those pipes like vibrating around the walls, and it's like, oh, that don't bust.
is it like exceptionally freezing in here?
Just cold in the last 20 minutes.
Yes.
It gets,
Whew.
depending on which way the wind's blowing, depends on which side, but the building gets cold. It gets cold.
It's pretty chilly.
There was like a 6-foot snowdrift outside my window for a little while. It's finally starting to go down. So when it was like negative 50.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a little too cold for me.
I mean, we're the ones that chose to come in February, but you she's ready for you now.
Okay.
She is.
Well, it's good to see you guys.
Good to see you. Take care of yourself.
You
Okay.
too. Thank you. Thank you.